7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, and Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos and back from his wedding in Chicago. Papers, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Looks like you're freshly shorn.
Yeah, I got a haircut on Friday. Friday afternoon.
Did you shave that beard before the wedding?
Yep. The little... I guess you can call it a beard.
Okay.
The patches of tufts.
Yeah, it's like the compost pile equivalent of a beard.
I like that compost pile. Doug, today I think we could do 10 hours. There is so much to get to. Mm-hmm. This Stiefel dossier is loaded for bear. Jackson Burkett has prepared a smorgasbord for the listeners of the greater St. Louis metropolitan area.
All right. What's he got?
But the question for you is, what's the lead?
Oh.
It's a Sadie Hawkins that on September 8th, 2025, may be the most important Sadie Hawkins in this program's history.
Well, I guess it's the Mizzou game.
Jackson, do you agree with him?
Yes.
Martin, do you agree with that? I mean, if you were putting together a sports final.
What's number 2 would be my question. I think
ILL's number 9, and they went in and put a slapping and a hurting on the Duke Blue Devils in front of 4,000 people.
Mizzou is number 1 and number 1A.
You didn't see Sonny Gray throw 5 hitless innings yesterday like I did?
Doug, 4.5.
He's got a little away from on the 6.
4.5 out.
Shouldn't have pushed him.
Daddy like
everything's just wet.
Oh.
They pushed him, Doug. He gave him 5 no-hit innings, and they put him back out there.
Yeah.
What were they thinking?
I went to the game, shockingly. And
You're
it was
a big Sunday. You're a big Sunday guy.
Biggest crowd that I've seen in a while.
People are buying into this wild card. There's a little buzz in the market.
No, I think they wanted the teddy bear that was given out to people when they walked in.
You can say whether or not you wanted the teddy bear or not by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Now, you might say to yourself, it's the second week of September. There's no way that Jackson would update my text inbox name. Nay, because last Monday was a holiday. Jackson, because he's sporting, has offered to update your text inbox name today and only today, and then you're going to have to wait until October 1st before he's going to do it again. So get in where you fit in, fools. That was a Mac up at the high school. Is that too short?
I don't know.
It's great to hear you say that again. It's been a little bit, and I'm happy to hear it.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Then you can also call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL to talk it over. And already, right when we started, Doug, there were 107 people waiting for us.
Really?
Yeah. They were waiting all weekend to talk it over.
Right.
And Jackson, they wanted to talk it over with you because you had to watch the Missouri game from a church.
So it wasn't a church, non-religious wedding.
It was like a VFW?
No.
Kiwanis.
It was a...
Lions Club?
They do a lot of great work with repurposing buildings that used to be like more industrial into nice spaces for large events like weddings and otherwise. So this was kind of that. And I felt it would have been rude to watch the game during the wedding. So during
the wedding started at 4:30. The Missouri-Kansas game 2:30.
Yeah. So basically halftime for most of the ceremony, probably 10 minutes into the third quarter, and then for the little cocktail hour that is immediately following before dinner, I have these very, very, very small black wireless earbuds.
Oh, do you?
Look at you!
And I put one in. So I could still conversate. I didn't look out of place. I was still very engaged. But Mike Kelly was in my ear for pretty much the entire hour.
Was he?
Yeah.
Did you have any awkward moments where someone said, Jackson, I just wanted to let you know that my father's dying of cancer? Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Things, oh, wow. What's that? Good for you.
There were some moments where I had to kind of control myself, but I was also like hand in the pocket controlling the volume. So if someone came to talk to me, I'd turn it down a little bit. Then if someone would leave, turn it up. So that's how it actually was pretty nice.
Were you rattled when Mizzou fell behind 21-6?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we all
So you were aware that was going on?
I watched the entire first quarter on television.
Oh.
Okay, in a cocktail lounge.
My buddy's apartment. And then...
Herbs.
Oh, I don't know if I have a name for this guy yet. Give me a moment.
The Ken doll.
Not the Ken dog.
It was a rough start.
The lead's the Ravens-Bills. Doug,
Well, that's the most recent. I fell asleep and missed the fourth quarter.
Of the Missouri or
no,
Ravens?
The
Gee,
Ravens.
I was going to say, we got a real problem.
I was resting for this show, so the hot takes would be right on point. And missed, apparently, a fantastic comeback.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about it. That's why we're going to do 10 hours today. 10 hours of the program. And it's a program that welcomes you to participate because I would imagine you have a lot of thoughts on your mind. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines here on the program. The Colonel is going to join us on the Stiefel Dossier, 9 o'clock. Dennis Gates stopped by the Colonel's tailgate. How about that?
Holden Court.
Yeah, Holden Court.
Nice.
The Colonel's with us at 9 o'clock, and Doug will talk about the Cardinals in this wild card that
4.5, baby.
Daddy likey.
If we can just stay hot, we can win this baby. Nice. Or finish in fourth place.
Those are the options right now. And in the MLB, you could finish in fourth and maybe even be in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yep. So that's coming up at 9:30. Then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Compete with the greats by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at DesignAirSurface.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's operation, the longest running sponsor on TMA, where Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client. And we recommend you become a client if you have any issues with your air conditioning. DesignAirSurface.com. The weather has just continued to be glorious. And Doug, great news. It continues to be glorious again this week. The forecast is optimal. I see nothing but sunshine. And the temperatures go back up into the upper 80s. And on Sunday, 90. It's the first time we're hitting that in a while. But 77 for a high today, 81 on Tuesday, 86 on Wednesday, 87, 89, 89, 90, 84, 83. Sunshine, sunshine, sunshine. Oh, it's so wonderful. September in St. Louis. DesignAirService.com. Any issues with your air conditioning? Support the sponsors. The longest running sponsor on TMA is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. And we recommend you work with Seth Goldcamp. Don't have to worry about upselling. They're just going to fix it. And that's that. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day. All right, Doug. Biggest takeaway from Saturday in Columbia with Missouri's win over Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
I continue to be very impressed with Beau Pribula. He looks terrific to me. And the skill position players all look very good. Norfleet was very good at tight end. They got more than 100 yards from both Roberts and Hardy. Those guys run hard. So I was really impressed after that unfortunate first quarter, of course. Pribula coughed up the fumble, but that's going to happen to anybody at time if you run a lot, and he does. So I was just really impressed with the way they came back, too.
Martin.
They do seem to have that ability the last couple of years. When they get down, they do frustrate you at times, and probably for Tiger fans, they can hear Mike Kelly saying, don't do the Mizzou thing. Or like, oh, my God, all this build up for this game, and we're going to do this. But in the last few years, they've had that kind of comeback DNA. I think the skill players, I agree. When they listed the depth chart, we talked to Gabe about it, and it said Ahmad Hardy or Jamal Roberts. We talked to Gabe, and Gabe said, Duranko loves to do that. But I think it might be genuine that they've got a dual attack at running back. Hardy's the lead, but they've got so many weapons. I mean, Coleman, Norfleet, and they're using them. I think they weren't scared. Even the fourth down plays when they went for it, I love that. Even on the 4th and 10, you got a young kicker. You're not going to try a 50-yarder late in the half.
Yeah, it was 4th and 10 at the 31, and I thought that was both a key play, Martin, but also indicative of the mindset of Missouri with the freshman kicker. You're exactly right. 4th and 10 at the 31, they go for it. They call a timeout, come back, and Pribula puts the ball only one spot where that thing could be caught, and they have a star. He's probably not going to be talked about as much as Hardy, Roberts, Coleman, or Norfleet, but they have a star, I think, in Donovan Olugbade, and he makes the one-handed Odell Beckham Jr. catch and keeps that thing going. That was a hell of a play and also indicative of the mindset of Eli Drinkwitz with the kicker situation.
Yeah, that was some kind of catch there.
And if you're a fan, don't you want the ride, the emotion? I know you prefer Papers not to be in panic mode. All the receipts out there about what your Kansas friends might say. But isn't it a little more entertaining when you kind of have to sweat it, and then you get the comeback, and then you get to seal it with a Henry Josie-esque run all of a sudden? Isn't that more fun? You would have preferred 60-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you know what the outcome is going to be, it'd be more fun. If
But
you
in
don't, then
the
it's-
end, you're like, wow, that was a fun ride.
I mean, it's all part of the story, you know.
Oh wow,
It's all
Martin's writing that down. It's
all part of the story. Yeah.
the story of the 2025 national championship.
It's the goal, man.
Wow.
I would much rather see them really battle and just barely beat Kansas than beat some Shishawali team 70-2.
Right.
Doug, there were a number of programs this weekend that did do that. I believe I was listening this morning to Scott Van Pelt's podcast with Stanford Steve, one of my favorite podcasts going. And if you combine the scores of 12 ranked teams who played a potpourri of butt-asses, just like Missouri did in Week 1 and just like Illinois did in Week 1. I believe the final score was 555-58. And that includes
I don't like the
Miami
system.
and Tennessee and so on and so forth. But butt-ass season's starting to go away. And as we made note of, the SEC is going to 9-conference game. Big Ten's already there. And so Illinois will have their Western Michigan this weekend. Missouri will have Louisiana. 21-point favorites for that one, for the record. And then Lenoris and the Heisman Trophy come to Columbia on Saturday, on September 20th. And little Jackie Papers, is there a chance that College Game Day comes along with Lenoris?
I'll have to take a look at what's going on in Week 4.
Well, good news for you. I already did.
Yeah.
What do you think? I'm not going to do show prep? How do you think this thing
Gotta
lasted
do
21
show
years?
prep, man.
Yeah.
Didn't want to have to say it this early. Gotta do the show prep.
It's on me.
Okay.
Who's going to get it instead of him?
As I look here at the Week 4 of the college football schedule,
Reading this for the first time, just been handed to me.
Auburn, they're not going to go back to Norman.
That's right.
I doubt they're going to go. Is the University of Utah in Provo?
No, it's in Salt Lake City.
I doubt they're going there.
Provo would be BYU,
That's
coached
right.
by a Kirkwood alum.
That's right.
They wouldn't go to Lincoln. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, it might be one of the few ranked matchups that isn't a place that they've already been to. Illinois at Indiana.
Illinois and Indiana would be the one that I would keep an eye on.
Yeah. Illinois
and Indiana are both going to win this weekend. South Carolina could lose this weekend. Why? Because they got to deal with Diego Pavia and the Vanderbilt Commodores, who went to Blacksburg on Saturday night, Metallica or not, and they put it on Virginia Tech. The back half of Missouri's schedule just got a little more intriguing as Oklahoma won at home over Michigan. Mississippi State beat Jackson's guy Kenny D in the place to be, Arizona State. And Vanderbilt is 2-0 after they put it on Virginia Tech. Doug, that Missouri schedule now looking a little different, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. Yeah. You want that.
I would like to see him play Oklahoma State this year. They went to Oregon and lost 69-3.
Yeah,
What
Mike
happened
Gundy
there?
was talking about the budgets of the programs, and Dan Lanning said that might have motivated his Ducks. Take a listen. Here's Dan Lanning.
I told our team right before the game that, it never requires extra motivation for an opportunity to go out and kick ass, but it never hurts when somebody pours gasoline on the fire. So I felt like these guys wanted the chance to go prove who they are. And I'm sure I got a lot of respect for Coach Gundy, but at his press conference, he's probably saying, "See, I told you so." Right? Like that's probably what his comment is, but that doesn't change the way we have to play to be a winning football team. And we have good players, one of our best. I don't know, Bryce Betcher played good today. He came here for a backpack and a T-shirt. So I'm really proud of those guys on our team that, have developed into great players. Again, the guys that watched other people play last year and now playing for us, that's what makes this team great.
Mike Gundy earlier in the week in Stillwater had complained about the budget that Oregon football has versus the Stillwater budget, perhaps forgetting about the T. Boone Pickens gifts that built that stadium. And Dan Lanning, who does enjoy running up the score, you may recall some of the incidents from last year, decided he was going to run up the score on Mike Gundy. 69-3, your final at the Autzen Zoo. Jackson loves the Autzen Zoo.
Never rains in the Autzen Zoo.
I didn't see it. Was there a handshake between Lanning and Gundy?
There was.
Was there? Was it brief? Did he stand on business on the way out? I wonder if he stood on business on the way out. Yeah, Mike Gundy, maybe not the guy to make that claim when you're at Oklahoma State. Right. I think it's going to be an emerging theme, though, this nil envy, where teams start talking about...
Nil envy, I like that.
Where they start talking about how much they have and they spent. It's just going to be hard to hear it from programs like Oklahoma State, who do have T. Boone, probably a lot of oil money rolling around there. Maybe not the guy to make that claim.
Missouri State beat Marshall. Mizzou better watch out as the team to beat Missouri. That's from the 314. Doug, the Thundering Herd is 0-2. They lost to Georgia, and now they've lost to Missouri State.
Good for the Bears. I wish Missouri State was on Missouri's schedule every year. I think that would make some sense. They should be playing Missouri State this week instead of Louisiana.
I was at Willie's in Columbia with the youngest Beer Cats. That's his coital hype man, I believe. The energy was great. The noise was crazy inside of there. However, my biggest takeaway is that college frat dudes are the absolute worst, wearing their overalls with no shirt and, of course, one strap down. And apparently it's now a thing for young white suburban boys to wear gold chains. And that just makes me laugh. Doug, that's from Beer Cats, and he's not happy with overalls with no shirts, one strap down, and gold jewelry?
Doesn't seem to be that thrilled with it. I'm not sure I've ever seen that look, but I'll keep my eye out.
I did notice this from my weekend in Columbia. Everyone has Beau Pribula's haircut.
Oh, they do?
Jackson, are you aware of this? I know you're
Yes.
you're a little. You are aware. What is this haircut called?
It's where like most of the top of your hair forms this little bang, little bangs.
Doug, little bang. Who wants that text inbox days?
These little bangs, and then under it on the sides and back is shaved off. So it used to be that the hair would go up, Ronaldo style, where you'd fold it up into a little pompadour. Yeah. But that pompadour is now dropped into like these like bangs with an undercut under it.
Okay.
Did that describe it well for you, Doug?
Did he inspire the haircut?
Did Beau Pribula inspire it? No, I don't believe
Who
the
did?
former backup at Penn State is the one
Well,
who
I thought
started
maybe he's
this
such
movement.
a big hit at Mizzou. This is just a Mizzou thing.
No, sir. No, this is...
The amateur proctologist says it's called a broccoli cut.
No,
Have you heard that?
No, that's
Jackson's mad about
So you
that.
look like
Amateur proctologist apologized.
That would
like
have been
a
like
broccoli
that would
floret?
have been like what Odell Beckham had circa 2017, where you'd have shaved, but then the top was really curly
Bushy.
and big. Yeah, that
Bro,
would
I know
have
you're
with
not classically trained at this craft.
Sure.
Were you ever in cosmetology school? You seem to have a pretty good read on the whole haircut industry.
that. No,
And I'm complimenting you.
I haven't used like one technical term,
But it seems to be
just-
you've got knowledge.
I mean, as much knowledge as someone who goes and gets their hair cut. I don't know.
No, it seems like it's more than that. All right, never mind. Forget it. Move on.
The lead is whether Timmy went to Columbia and whether or not he's back on track post-concussion. Doug, that's from Caller Ellen, and she sent prayer emojis along with it.
Oh, she did. Well, you survived the weekend anyway because you're here.
It did go to Columbia. I'm at a point. I've never had this in my life where I wake up in the middle of the night and I just have Doug Snots. You remember Snots? I think that was cousin Eddie's dog.
Yes.
And if he starts to dry hump you, you just let him go. And, I have it in the middle of the night where I just reach over on the nightstand, knock over the pills and the dollar bills, and I grab my Kleenex. And I just, because there's so much snot running out of my nose, and it's still going on. But you know what? You only have one opportunity when you're 48 years old to go and drink for 14 hours in Columbia, Missouri on a Saturday that is beautiful in the early fall against Rock Chalk Jayhawk. And damn it, that's what you do. Damn it, why? Why? Because the Jayhawks were in town, and the weatherman from Elko, Nevada, got me a table at CC City Broiler Martin.
Oh, really?
Yep.
There's the lead.
Yep, he did indeed. I had more people walking through the crowd in Columbia ask whether or not I got the table.
There's the lead. Clearly, we blew it.
And you got it.
There he is
You walked right up there and they said, sure, right this way, mister. Yeah.
Well, before we left, because I came home from the show on Friday, and I said to my wife, I said, I feel so sick, but I know I'm stuck with this hotel room. And even though it wasn't necessarily the Fairmont or Ritz-Carlton, you know, these game day hotels are not inexpensive, and I was going to be stuck with it. We had bought tickets, and I said, I feel terrible if I didn't, you know, if this were just a normal Friday, I'd be in bed, took a nap, woke up, and I called down there. I'm like, I wonder if this is real. And sure enough, the lady said, yeah, we do have a reservation, but a few people have called about your table. And I guess the Legend of Columbia really did call there. And she said, yeah, there was a gentleman who kind of berated us when we wouldn't give him a table. I gave him a table. I gave you a table because a former coworker put the request in, but there was a guy who called yesterday who said, well, if you're not going to take care of me, I'm going to take my business elsewhere. And I just told him that's fine.
Why are you yelling?
And I believe that might have been the Legend of Columbia. I don't know if he's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat or not, but that did happen, where he was a little feisty with the maitre d' at CC City Broiler, which was a wonderful treat on
Was
Friday
it
night.
wonderful?
Was a delicious treat.
So the best way to get a reservation if they're booked is you berate them.
No, that wound up
Oh, it did
not
not work.
working.
Okay.
The weatherman in Nevada is the one with the contact,
Okay.
and he did get it accomplished.
I really I'm going to take my business elsewhere.
She's like, okay.
Like in her mind, it was like, if this guy isn't dining here, he's dining nowhere. You know, like that's
They're
just
already so booked up you can't get into the
that's
place.
how it works, though. Like, if
Well-
you're not watching a game, you'll just watch another game. Like if you're not eating somewhere, you'll eat somewhere else.
We do have a history of hunger strikes at Mizzou, so maybe the Legend now is going in that direction.
It could be
I don't know if the Legend, I don't see him in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now, but he was very active in there last week. He might have gone dark ever
Probably
since.
best to take a beat.
You think he's just going to go in hiding now?
Just maybe a couple days. just to
Don't
reset.
ever doubt my boy John B., the weatherman in Nevada. You want something done, Doug, you ask him. That's from Raider Greg, and that's with 2 G's.
Okay, well, he got this done for you.
Yeah.
Did he pick up the tab as well? As
No,
he
he
should
did
have?
not. But it was a wonderful treat. It was a wonderful treat.
Okay.
Right by the aquarium.
There's an aquarium.
Yeah, there's an aquarium.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's CC City Broiler. And then we got up and went over, and it was just a beautiful Saturday. I mean, I think the weather throughout the country, for the most part, I know there are storms in like the Carolina areas that caused some delays for some of those games, but Columbia was just perfect. My God, 2:30 start, tailgating, the game, the atmosphere, the performances, post-game, ponies. I don't know what else you could ask for. It was incredible.
You did some tailgating, did you?
Yes, before and then
after
some
again?
libations afterwards. Yeah, I don't know how that area allows me to go back into that mode of being able to enjoy libations for, I guess, started probably at 10:30 and went until 10:30. Now that I think about the math.
Oh, gosh. Well, if there's 50,000 other people doing it, it's a little easier to join in.
Yeah. Tam Avenue Capital Partners giving people winners on the spread zone left and right. Stalter went 5-2. Riz went 5-2. I'm at 4-2 with tonight's play. The Bears plus 1.5 to get me to 5-2. I mean, Doug, it's all happening.
Okay. So you had a nice little weekend for yourself.
Damn right. You were going to go down there.
Well, if I could have got tickets, the only tickets I could find were on Ticketmaster, and it would have cost me about $1,000 to get in.
Well, you're not a true son.
No, I'm not a rich son. I couldn't see spending $1,000 to go to the game. My couch was pretty comfortable.
What if it was a playoff game? What if it was a Friday playoff game?
Missouri,
Thoreau?
Kansas playoff game? Forget about it.
Well, yeah, that'd be a little different.
Okay.
It would just hurt a little bit more not to go.
Steven Time was expecting Missouri to lose. I see in his picks he had Kansas plus 6.5. But he wants us to see that he did well on his other picks, I guess. But he also says it'll be interesting to see what happens when Mizzou plays a team that can actually tackle. That's from Steven Time. Jackson, didn't you bet with somebody?
That was me. He owes me $50.
Oh, wow.
Good on you,
Chairman
Chairman.
Kurt. Get paid.
That's how it always is. You knew that was going to.
What's that?
The people who said Mizzou is going to lose to Kansas as soon as they won. It's like, oh, nice, you beat Kansas. What happens when you play a real team? It's like, well, that wasn't what you were saying. You're saying they're going to lose.
So you're saying they moved the goalposts?
Oh, yeah. Like they goes Stark Vegas after beating Arizona State. You move those goalposts. Timely, Doug. That was timely
it
and
was
funny.
timely,
You're supposed to
yes.
laugh. Now we're talking.
Oh, media chuckle. Now, I will say for you Mizzou fans, you love beating Kansas. It's great, but that shouldn't be beating Kansas should be understood. It's like when Drinkwitz took over, my first request was, can you start beating Kentucky It's not basketball. Mizzou would always lose to Kentucky in football. It's, oh, for God's sake.
2 weeks, he has an opportunity.
I'm saying beating Kansas should be expected.
Yeah, and in 2 weeks.
Have fun with it, but Kansas not a high bar. Let's go beat Oklahoma.
Beat South Carolina. 2
Let's
weeks.
beat Alabama.
You beat South Carolina, and barring what would be statistically quite an anomaly with Louisiana, Doug the Raging Cajuns come to town, 3 o'clock start this Saturday.
I see that, yeah.
And you love the foliage that UMass brings with it.
You could care less about that.
For the September 27th game, you're undefeated going into Alabama. That's the math.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Virginia Tech was a neutral site game for South Carolina last week on Sunday, and Lenora Sellers got it done. Virginia Tech hosted Vanderbilt this past Saturday and got blown off the field by Vanderbilt. So I don't know what that means about Virginia Tech, South Carolina, who kind of messed around with South Carolina State. South Carolina fans are a little irritated by that game. 2 of their touchdowns came on punt returns, so the Gamecocks might not necessarily be as great as I at least thought they were going to be. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe they were just screwing around with a random opponent. But you have Central Arkansas, you have Kansas, you should have Louisiana, you should have UMass, and if you do beat South Carolina, the team that's highly ranked, right up there with ILL, you're 5-0 going into October 11th against Alabama. And no matter what, that's an 11 o'clock game, which of course is, I believe, choreographed by the SEC to get them an 11 o'clock start to avoid the mid-afternoon or nighttime games, which provide a more difficult atmosphere. But either way, you're going up against Alabama undefeated, and an Auburn team follows after that looks like they might be better than we had anticipated. They beat Baylor on the road the first week, and then Baylor went into SMU and beat the playoff Mustangs this past weekend. So the back end of Missouri's schedule now looks a hell of a lot different than I think it did when you looked at the schedule, because Auburn looks different, Vanderbilt looks different, Mississippi State just beat Arizona State, looks different, Oklahoma just beat Michigan, that looks different. So things might be a little, and Texas A&M will have their test at South Bend this Saturday.
Auburn's now ranked 24, Mizzou 25.
ILL top 10. How do you do? That was an impressive win for ILL.
Great second half.
That was a damn good win. Hot conditions, humid conditions in Durham, and Duke, the team that should have been ready for them, was not. Illinois was, and they pulled away, and that is a really good win. Duke was the darling of the public gambler this past weekend. So Kansas actually was as well, but I think Duke more so. They were getting points, and the number moved in Duke's favor. Number moved in Kansas's favor as well. And that's a great win for Illinois. And from a college football standpoint, as it gets more and more popular in the area, it's wonderful if both Missouri and Illinois continue to be in the mix throughout the course of the college football season. That's a hell of a win for ILL. And they've got Indiana coming up in 2 weeks when Missouri has South Carolina. And then following that, when Missouri will deal with Doug's foliage, they'll be taking on USC.
Leaves.
So they will have an opportunity truly to be undefeated going into October, just like I think Missouri will.
Yeah. Well, as good as we feel about the Missouri win, we do have to remember that they were losing with about 4.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So that game could easily have gone the other way. I'm not sure Missouri has proven themselves yet to be a serious threat to do a lot of damage in the SEC. Maybe they'll get there. But that game could easily have gone the other way, and then we'd be going, oh, Lord, this season is toast.
I came away from it with a one particular opinion that I was not expecting to have leaving Furrow Field on Saturday. But you're going to have to wait through the commercial break.
Sick tease.
I can't. Can you just tell me in the break?
I can't. I went to teasing camp over the weekend. That's where I really was. We'll have that for you coming up. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. minus puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know. It was a good weekend. I don't know that we should be hang-dogging.
What if you're a Ravens fan?
You think there's a lot of Ravens fans in St. Louis?
Dolphins fans?
There have been a few text him. Talk about the big NFL game.
Oh.
So they're not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox?
There's a little bit of that. Talk about the big game. Bills had a monster comeback, beat the Ravens. Hopefully we'll see these two again. Tim, back to you.
I like that.
Tim nailed the call. He said that game would go way, way, way over.
It was our first disagreement on the FanDuel spread zone. Anthony Stalter gave his pick, and he had a big weekend, 5-2. Riz went 5-2. I'm 4-2. I've got the Bears plus 1.5 tonight as my play. But when I make NFL picks, it's based on my belief that things are, Doug, this is the vapid word you can use because it really carries no weight, but you can read between the lines, interesting when it comes to NFL outcomes. And I thought, well, Sunday night, Ravens and Bills, they will put the whistles away unless the whistles lead to interesting holding or pass interference calls to keep offense going. And then everybody will say at the end of the game, man, it's great to have the NFL back. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, sure would be fun if they see each other again in January. And we'll have a high-scoring affair. That was my reasoning. And alas, I think that's what we got. Matt Prater, Doug, who was kicking at a high school 2 weeks ago,
Right.
comes out and makes magic for the Buffalo Bills. Tyler Bass, not available. Here comes Matt Prater at 41 years old.
Yeah. My contention, I'm still going with this take. It's easy to find kickers. There's a lot of guys who can kick. And Missouri's freshman kicker looked okay, too. He had that first one blocked. I don't know if that was on him or not. But he made everything else.
Well, they let him kick from like inside of 23-yard field goals. I would passionately disagree with that opinion.
I think they're a little nervous
They coached
about
around the fact that they got a kicker. The fact that they went for it on 4th and 10 at the 31. You think they're doing that with Blake Craig?
I don't know.
I do.
I think there's lots of kickers out there. There's a lot of them.
Well, I mean, if you're going to move the goalpost to the take that there are a lot of people who kick a football, I would agree with you.
I'm
but
not worried about this guy. I think he'll be fine.
Well, Eli Drinkwitz, I think, clearly was. That was the basis for Gabe's column, actually, is how he said he was not going to change things up based on no backups for Pribula or Craig. And 4th and 10 at the 31 in a 21-15 game, he went for it. Fortunately, Pribula threw the ball to Donovan Alugbade in the one spot that he could catch it. But I don't think that he's doing that if Blake Craig's healthy.
I don't know. I guess we'll never know unless someone asks that question directly to Drinkwitz.
It was the Colonel's column. We'll ask the Colonel about it. He's coming up at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Doug, take a guess. Who is the top-ranked quarterback in the SEC according to Bill Connolly and SP+?
Beau Pribula.
You better believe it, brother. Mm-hmm. You better believe it, brother. How about that? Martin, I deep teased the take that I walked out of Faroe Field with going from the game on Saturday to the cocktail lounges, Jackson's favorite spot where he gets bottle service, my house, where everyone has the same haircut.
Yeah.
And it is this. I now think Missouri's ceiling is higher than I thought it was going into the game, but I also think their floor is lower than I thought it was going into the game, which might sound like a dichotomy of sorts. And here is my reasoning. My reasoning is they have so much skill at quarterback, at wide receiver, at running back, and something that I don't know if they've necessarily had in a long time to pair with wide receiver and running back, and that is a tight end who is now healthy in St. Charles' own Brett Norfleet, who had a huge game, 2 touchdowns, and some big plays as well. Plus, I think Kevin Coleman might be as good as Luther Burden, which I know might sound blasphemous, but don't really care because, again, I'm not running for office until 2028. So I'm more than happy to take your hate texts. But that guy can play. And when Missouri needed it, and they needed it quite a bit on 3rd and 4th down, that is who Beau Pribula went to.
Yeah, 4th and 7 play.
How do you
6 minutes
over
left.
the middle?
On the comeback route to hold on to that through the contact, impressive.
So that is incredibly encouraging. On the discouraging, where the floor could drop out, number one is something I was talking about in the first half of the 7 o'clock hour. They have a tougher schedule, possibly, than it looked like in the back half of the season. So that could provide some tests with, as you saw, Oklahoma had the signature win, I think, this weekend, minus South Florida going into Gainesville, but that doesn't impact Missouri, theoretically, since they're not scheduled to play either one of those teams. Impacts Billy Napier's life, but it doesn't impact Missouri. But Oklahoma, Vanderbilt winning at Virginia Tech, as well as Mississippi State winning at home against playoff team Arizona State. So you have that in addition to, I feel like when you win, everything's great, and if you lose, everything's bad. But I can't ignore the ease that Jalen Daniels was able to move the ball down the field when he needed to, when they started at their own 5-yard line, and just picked apart Missouri's secondary. And so Missouri's secondary is something that concerns me, and I worry about that when they will have to face more talented teams than Kansas. But by the way, I think Kansas might be a pretty good team. I think that might be something that flies under the radar as well, relatively speaking.
Yeah, that's a win that could age well if things go right for Kansas.
I think O-line for Mizzou is still a concern, for sure.
Caden Green, a big improvement on just like the grade he got, essentially.
But I think the lead in this 7-2, are we in 7-2, Jackson?
Yes.
Somewhere? Gabe had to explain to his new colleague about take your shirt off. That was a topic.
Yeah, Doug, that was a topic. Boy, there's nothing better than you might still be enjoying the high of your Saturday in Columbia, and you're driving back on I-70, and all you're doing from the moment we left the hotel to getting to the Missouri River and heading out of St. Charles into St. Louis County. That's what it timed out to listen to the Colonel's podcast. And fortunately, Doug, our show, of course, is referenced. Not named. I'm angry about it because that could have been great promotion for us. Might have put us on the map. But here's the Colonel talking to his new worker about the taking your shirt off.
Okay.
Hillbilly Humdinger says, "Kids me, Gabe. I don't know if he wants to have kids with me, if he wants me to kiss him, or he's just complimenting me. But Cody, this is the post game show, man. Get used to it. It's a little different.
Everybody's in a good mood though, which I'm totally here for. Like,
Cody, I'm just going to initiate you to this. They constantly are going to ask us to take our shirts off.
I keep seeing it in the comments, and I'm just like, this has to be some sort of PM inside joke that I'm not privy to.
I don't honestly know exactly where it started. I believe it was with the radio show in St. Louis that I do. So they are going to ask us every week. It's never happened. It's never going to happen. But I just want to let you just warn you that it's also, it has a lot to do with this. Wynn's walking stick is on his 17th beer. So
proud of you. Proud of you.
Radio show I do in St. Louis.
Wow.
Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
The disrespect.
Should we change the name of the,
we've never been angrier.
Should we change the name of the feed to the show in St. Louis that Gabe comes on?
And welcome back to the show in St. Louis. When Frank had a question, maybe it was a Mizzou press conference, and they would say, identify yourselves. Frank Cusimano, News Channel 5. And the guys at 590 kept playing it. He doesn't mention us. Radio show in St. Louis.
Frank, would you say this statement is accurate? Doug Vaughn, Big Ego, Small Johnson.
Okay, Frank, we're not taking those kind of questions.
Radio show I do in St. Louis. How about that? Now, when people see Gabe at Faurot Field, please yell, "Hey, Gabe, how's that radio show in St. Louis?"
Tim, to your point on the secondary, sorry to get off the
wow.
Martin, it's all business.
Couldn't be sorry.
All business.
But when I watch college football, whenever I watch college football, I notice that most secondaries are bad. Like, I feel like that's the case in college football. So, like, if you have a good secondary, your defense is so much better than other two. Like, most teams have a pretty good front seven. Like, they can get that. But the secondary, the back end is where it really starts to get shaky. That's why I think college football is awesome, because you see such big explosive plays. But mostly it's because guys just get beat downfield. And how many times do we see that on Saturday?
Well, Missouri went to a zone after that punt, And Kansas started at the 5, and to Jalen Daniels' credit, 6-year player at Kansas, he just picked it apart and found the soft spots in the zone. They moved the ball down the field so easily. That was really surprising. I wonder if one of the reasons why he had so much time to throw, which also stood out to me watching the game, and I've gone back and rewatched it because I was there and I wanted to be able to see the camera angles and also what our listeners experienced who weren't there, because I know that colors how you view it based on what you see on television, is because Missouri was in a mode where they didn't want to let Daniels run and beat them. And so therefore the pass rush may have, and I don't know this, but may have been more in a let's contain Daniels and not get beat up field like what happened when they faced Jaden, different player, Heisman Trophy winner, Daniels 2 years earlier in Columbia against the LSU quarterback. I don't know, but they didn't seem like they had too much pressure on him.
I do feel like every fan base of a college football team, their most hated player is usually a cornerback. It's almost always a guy who gets burned.
It's
like
the
over the years.
Most thankless position in football.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the one that just sticks out.
Yeah.
I think in general, if you have a really skilled athlete of that size and speed, you're probably going to want to have the ball in his hand. So the offensive receivers are probably a little bit better players than the corners and safeties.
Yeah, agreed.
Drink said in his press conference that he was not happy with them not being aggressive on that 95-yard touchdown drive. Dam said they play too much zone. That's from John Gruden's burner.
Okay. Dam said they play too much zone. Well, that pretty much breaks it down right there.
Well, I got the daggum war drum.
You got the war drum, Martin. It is a dadgum. The line to get into my house at 12:30 was over a block long. Absolute insanity. My daughter's roommates, 2 hours in that line. It took us about 15 minutes to get into Willie's. That's from Beer Cats, not his coital hype man, Little Beer Cats.
And I wonder what it was costing to get into my house.
I was in my house on Saturday night for about 20 minutes, and I got out of there kind of like I got out of the touch tunnel at the Magic House, maybe circa 87. And I said to my wife and some of the people we were with, that was 20 minutes that might be the worst of my life.
Oh, why?
Have you seen the Travis Scott Astroworld trampling documentary?
Doggone, I missed it.
On Netflix. Papers, have you seen it?
I'm well aware of the story.
There was a moment there, and I'm with my wife and with some friends and other lasses, and you couldn't move, and the crowd's weight is just kind of moving you along. And I know I'm a big guy. I'm a meat and potato, kind of a farm boy.
Yeah, you stand out in the crowd,
Thank
for
you.
sure.
But
With
surprisingly,
jockeys.
oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
746 for HR.
Yeah, that's an HR.
46.
Okay.
But you're just getting you can't move. Yeah. And my wife said she had to use it. She was adamant. She's like, I gotta go restroom, use a little wizard's room. And she comes back. She goes, "There's 2 inches of just sewage on the floor."
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like nobody thinks anything of it. Now, I like that, but I don't kink shame.
Sewage.
That's me. I've been swimming in raw sewage. I love it. I love it. But
yeah,
what stood out was she goes, everybody just kind of was like, yeah, this is the deal.
They go on the floor?
Oh, it's...
I don't know. I wasn't in there. I find myself a shrub.
It is a social experiment inside there, man.
So the sewage is standard?
Oh, yeah. The thing is, like, as
they're known for
I wouldn't say they, like them in particular, any college bar, certainly any college bar in Columbia was going to suffer that. The bathrooms are the first to go. But
But by college bar standards, that's an upscale place. More so than most of the others.
Yeah.
Jackson's got a take. He's holding back a take.
That's a great.
I mean,
Martin.
they it's dressed up nicer, but it's all a college bar. Like, it's the same. I think. But like to Tim's point, the longer you stay there and you're moving through that mass of humanity, some guy in an aforementioned Beau Pribula haircut and gold chain will get offended that you bumped into them, despite everyone bumping into each other every 2 seconds, and then they'll look at you and say something slick and maybe punch you in the back of the head.
Bro.
One of the people I was with, Guy, said we couldn't move, and he said there was a girl who was poking him with a straw in his back to try to, which she said is a standard move apparently.
Oh, really?
To get you to move. Yes, because you're not going to necessarily turn around and go, if it's a guy, it might be a different situation. But it's some sorority girl, and she's jabbing the gentleman with a straw.
Can you just imagine the money they make on a night like that?
I actually was thinking what the top line looked like.
Yeah.
In between 11 a.m. and whenever the bar shut. When did the bar shut down? What's the liquor license?
And I'm sure if you can ever get up to order a drink, it's probably cost 2 or 3 times what it does anywhere else.
Yeah.
Y'all are beyond soft. It's from Jay Killa, Jackson.
Huh. Y'all are beyond soft. I'm soft. Yeah. That's a fact.
In other words, you beat Kansas, you're in Como, live with the sewage. Embrace the sewage.
I lived with the sewage. I embraced the sewage for the years I was in school there.
Where was your favorite sewage location?
I was always a Big 12 guy. Big 12
sewage there?
Big 12 Thursday nights. They didn't really have stalls in their bathroom. It was just urinous. It was just urinals everywhere.
Would it make sense to wear waders in there?
On some nights, yeah.
Galoshes?
Yeah. It was less like a dance club, more of just a bar.
Isn't it better outside than inside?
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. I've experienced after the Auburn game, we hung out outside there, and following this game, we went there.
You can breathe a little bit out there.
For 20 minutes, and then we found ourselves to a different cocktail lounge across the street from Harpo's, which had a line around the block to get in.
Yeah. You send Uncle Rich, who doesn't like to go. He loves going to Mizzou games, but he doesn't actually go to the game. He just babysits the tailgate for everyone. Have him go over and get you a table. Just kind of hunker down for the day.
Yeah.
Next time I'll go down. I'll squat the table. You boys go to the game.
And they have a porta pie situation on the outside, which is welcomed when you're dealing with the possible sewage situation.
If there's so much demand, why don't we open a bar down there the morning after Tavern and Grill?
I like that.
The Banty Rooster.
You wonder why there aren't more bars.
There's so many.
Or there's so many, but everyone wants to go to the same places.
Well, there's like the big ones, Harpo's, Willie's, My House. But most colleges don't have multiple, like 5 different bars that they would consider the big bar. Columbia does.
Guys, I got to Big 12 early before an 11 a.m. kick once, and there was still vomit in the toilet from the night before. That's from Yasil the Boy Puig.
And that's a bad thing?
Again, because we're getting into kink shaming there, some people like what is called rainbow showers.
Oh, God.
Tim, how is the atmosphere in the? That's what I wonder. How is the vibe in the state? Was it loud as hell?
Before the game, phenomenal. Again, the weather and the kickoff time play such a key role in it. And those are things that are out of your control. But when both are in your favor, plus you have an arch rival, both teams, at least with the expectations that they may be pretty good, all of those circumstances lead to an incredible atmosphere.
Yeah, it looked outstanding. Tiger Stripe looked gorgeous, Doug. To your, I know you love
like that.
Multiple Mr. Brightside being played.
3 Mr. Brightsides.
Love it. Oh, it's so good.
I
love college
football. I was listening primarily to that game because I was over at the racetrack. And don't be jealous, but I was listening, much like you, Jackson, with an earpiece in, covering the qualifying. And while Denny Hamlin was being asked about his new set of tires, there were some key moments going on in Mizzou, and I was trying not to have an outburst. But there were times when I think the Mizzou fans might have been a little nervous after the 21-6. And I love when Mike Kelly says, let's see how loud this crowd can get. And I feel like he's talking to everybody there that's listening on the radio call, and he's just begging everybody to get loud. But I wondered, did it get a little tight in there, Tim? When it was 21, did it get a little quiet in the building, a little nervous moment?
I think there was some confusion, but I immediately opened up my offshore gambling account because, again, we got to work on video poker here in Missouri with one guy, and then we'll be able to gamble in December. And I saw that Missouri was plus 6.5. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners said, we're going to jump on that real quick. We're going to jump on that real quick. Because it was a little bit fluky. But those things happen.
For sure.
You know, the reason why Missouri beat Oklahoma was the same reason why Kansas went up 14-6. You know, a fumble and Doug, you call it a scoop and score?
I do. That's
scoop
exactly
and
what
score.
I call it, yeah.
But Kansas ran a total of 4 plays in the second quarter. And they didn't run many more in the third quarter. So statistically, they have the team stats up on the scoreboard throughout the game. And I don't know, for those of you who are watching at home, you saw it. And Missouri was dominating statistically, but they weren't dominating on the score. So you can dominate statistically all day. You lose the game, you got a problem on your hands. And you go, why was that the case? And it's because Kansas made some big plays. Jalen Daniels' throw downfield, I think that was a third down pass that led to the 14-6 lead, was a thing of beauty. And then in addition to it, they were able to move down the field with ease in a key drive in the fourth quarter, as Doug made reference to. They were leading late. The story of the game overall, if I'm a Kansas fan, this is what tortures me. I have some Kansas buddies. I'm in these group texts, and they're tortured by a dropped pass. I think it was on third down.
Oh, yeah, that was the game.
That was the game.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, if you're looking for like something that was a play throughout the course, because again, Missouri's clear from my standpoint. I guess Doug, you respectfully disagree, but that is that Drinkwitz is uncomfortable with the kicker situation. So that means Missouri is going for it left and right on third and fourth downs. Obviously, you're going for it on third down, but fourth downs, and they were able to convert. And the fact that Pribula A is able to convert shows calm. B, his location of his passes and his accuracy, and I think that's an upgrade over Brady Cook. It's not a shot at Brady Cook so much as it's clear at this moment, 2 games in, upgrade. And then finally, that you have 2 guys that he is, well, 3, I think, actually, with the freshman, Alugbade, number 1, but Coleman and Norfleet, that they're comfortable and they are able to convert those. If I'm Kansas, that would crush me. I think how Missouri looks at the South Carolina game, I'm sure Kansas fans are going, God, if we could have just stopped one of those fourth downs. But Missouri was able to convert. And once again, now if you go back to last year with Vanderbilt, Auburn, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and now Kansas, Missouri has had 5 games that could have gone either way, and they won 4 of them. And I don't know if that is fortune or if that is a trait that becomes learned and practiced, that you're comfortable in those moments. I thought Lance Leipold, Doug, is it Leipold or Leipold?
I think it's Leipold.
Keith from Milwaukee will call in to let us know. But I thought the way he managed the clock at the end of the first half showed a guy playing scared. I thought that in the stands, and I went back and watched the broadcast, and they actually were calling it out on the broadcast. I agreed with them. I don't know why they weren't more aggressive. And then they had a 4th and 7, and they were down late in the game, and he chose to punt. I thought that showed a guy.
That was after the drop pass.
Yes. Yeah. I thought you cannot do that. Is your defense going to stop Hardy and Roberts and Pribula and Coleman and Norfleet? Okay.
Yeah,
when speed.
There was only about 3 minutes left in the game.
That's
anyway.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I had 3 timeouts, but that's what you're doing. If Drinkwitz would have done that, Missouri was on the other end of the stick, I'd be all over him. So if I'm a Kansas fan, I'm irritated by that.
100%. I was listening on the radio, and I heard the third down drop, and I was like, all right, 4th down, like, here's the game. And then I hear they're punting. I was like, what? And I just don't get, based on how well Mizzou's offense was moving the ball. Like, they're only trying to get a couple first downs, not even score. Jamal Roberts' scoring was great, but it wasn't necessary.
Yeah, that wasn't a 13-10 game. That is a game where points are being scored. Missouri's able to move the ball at will, in particular on the ground. That's the other thing. They have a 2-headed monster there at the backs, in addition to Norfleet, and we haven't even gotten into Coleman, Alugbade, Manning, am I leaving out Speedy Keys?
Daniel Blood with a great pass from Beau Pribula. Man, that throw was nice. Dropping the bucket pass to Daniel Blood.
So, yeah, I could see him being a playoff team, and I could also see him being a 4 or 5 loss team. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's a weird spot to be in coming out of it, because I kind of thought, okay, I'll know leaving there, and that's not necessarily where it is. But I feel I'm like, okay, it could be great, but man, they could lose to South Carolina. They could lose to Alabama. They could lose to Auburn. They could lose to A&M. They could lose to Oklahoma. I don't think Mississippi State's great, but hell, I don't know. They were up 17-0 on Arizona State, and they were able to get it done. I don't know what Woo Pig Suey's doing. So, I mean, I didn't even mention Vanderbilt, and that's in Nashville. So, it just shows that there's some depth on that schedule that I didn't anticipate going into it. 7:50.
Does it make you wonder about the Pribula, Sam Horn? Like, was it really? Because as good as Pribula's looked, or was Drinkwitz being polite to the kid who's been here a long time and saying, hey, this is going down to the wire? Yeah. All along, was it Pribula based on performance? You just have to wonder from what you've seen 2 games in.
It's a fair observation, because Pribula has looked so good. And like I said, Bill Connolly of ESPN has him ranked as the #1 quarterback in the SEC. And that's with John Mateer, who, has put on a clinic so far at Oklahoma. Nice. He's the Washington State transfer. And then Talon Green at Arkansas is 3. Diego Pavia is 4. I mean, those are some names that people know, with Aguilar at Tennessee 5, Garrett Nussmeier at LSU 6, and Arch Manning at 7, Gunnar Stockton at 8. I mean, that gives you an idea. These are some names that college football fans, obviously Arch Manning, but college football fans know. By the way, Arch Manning had 4 touchdowns in 5 minutes for Texas's Grapefruit League game against San Jose State. 7:57 in St. Louis. The program is called TMA. Gabe DeArmond's coming up at 9 o'clock. Brad Thompson, 9:30. That's the Stiefel Dossier. This is 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals defeat the Giants yesterday. Back in action this evening as they head out to Seattle to take on the Mariners. It's going to be an 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Jackson, did they play this at the wedding you were at in Chi-Town Stand Up?
Yes.
They did?
Yep.
Did you yell profanity, and did you explain it to your kids?
I did yell profanity. There were no kids to explain it to, so I felt empowered to do so.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Not nearly enough Mizzou, Kansas interest at the wedding. I came in
A lot of Northwestern folk?
No, U of I folk, though. Plenty of U of I folk.
Well, Tim, Northwestern gets the 11 a.m. Big Noon kickoff this week on Fox. Tune in, please. Oregon making the trip to the
9 o'clock kick
Midwest.
Pacific time.
Everybody in Eugene will be up early shooting
fired
it in the
up.
sewage because it's a 9 a.m. Pacific time start. Big Noon kickoff, Northwestern.
College game day this week, Martin, will be Tennessee, Georgia. So that one,
gotta be an
Alan
awesome
Dadeville
game.
will be all over that. But where will it be on September 20th? And with Florida losing to South Florida, that Florida-Miami game that seemed a no-brainer, maybe it leads to Columbia, Missouri for the first time since 2010 in John McGaffey's opening kickoff return. Hello again, everybody.
Hello.
You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. We're 276 people. This is what football does. The people are activated, and I know there's the wild card chase, the daddy likey.
Daddy likey a lottie.
But they are arguing about whether or not Missouri is good in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and that is a wonderful discussion to be having. Plus, you got Illinois being good, and that gets the things going. And Jackson, what if Missouri traveled to Champaign for a first-round playoff game?
That'd be awesome. I mean, wouldn't that be like as ideal gets?
How about this? Bill Connolly of ESPN, he does the SP Plus model. Here are your first-round playoff games if the playoffs started today, Doug.
Oh,
and
for heaven's sakes.
I thought you liked the bowl
Wait, just
projection.
2 weeks in.
What about Joe Lenardi's bracket?
Okay.
Oh, is there a new one?
I'll have it for you soon. 12 at 5, Doug, that'd be USF at Oklahoma.
Okay, you got a starting time on that one?
That would be
It'd
stupid.
be stupid. It's too far away.
Right.
Okay.
6 versus 11, that's Arizona traveling to Washington.
Washington.
That'd be a
okay.
fun Pac-12 matchup.
Good
I don't know
times.
where they all play now, though. I think one's in the Big 12 and one's in the Big 10. Then your 7-10 matchup, USC will travel to Illinois, parentheses again. And your 8-9 matchup, Missouri hosts Utah.
Okay.
And the winner of that one gets Oregon. So Missouri would head to the Autzen Zoo, Jackson, or some random bowl game.
No, I want it at Oregon.
You want it at Oregon? So Bill Connolly's got right now.
You want that smoke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want that smoke?
If Mizzou's in the
They do
college football,
shout there. Missouri does Mr. Brightside.
Yeah.
They do shout at the Autzen Zoo.
yeah, it does get really loud there, despite it not being one of the bigger stadiums in college football. They've always said that it's one of the best atmospheres. Yeah, I'd love that. Just get Mizzou in the college football playoff. I don't care where they play, who they play. Put it on Neptune. I'll be watching.
This guy will watch on Neptune, Doug.
Okay.
You know how many bowl games there are? I mean, it is amazing how many there are
Take a
now.
Why don't we
Martin.
count them?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
For heaven's sakes.
That Brian Barnhart, the voice of the Illini, told me the Oregon setting, he said, was second only to the Rose Bowl as far as
Oh, is that right?
game
Jackson
settings.
loves the sunset.
Numero uno for me.
You mentioned-
19, 20,
Okay.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
You said this guy's got Washington in the playoffs. They're currently not ranked at all. They beat 2 nobody teams. What's he gauging that on?
You'll have to look at SP Plus.
Okay.
31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38.
Now I want to look it up. Are there really that? You got me. You got me.
41 or 2 or something like that.
41. If you count the
41.
championship game, 42.
You count the championship.
That's a lot of games. That really is.
Really is. Yeah.
That is a lot of games.
A lot of games. Yeah.
The first one, what do you think the first bowl game is this year?
Oh, God.
Yeah. Do we have a hint?
It's the Cricket Celebration Bowl.
Where is that taking place, Madden?
That is at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta.
Wow.
Saturday, December 14th.
Is that Cricket Wireless?
I
Are they
guess.
headquartered in Atlanta, probably?
You might remember the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl. That'll be in Frisco, Texas.
New York, I believe, I don't know if NY stands for anything else, is in the Michelob YouTube chat, and Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, Illini fan hyped they beat a lousy Duke team in Western Illinois. And then Run TMC 50 says, the great Mark Schlabach has Mizzou versus Baylor in the Liberty Bowl. So the Illinois and Missouri fans are going back and forth. In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 285 friends have gathered this morning. Gabe DeArmond coming up at 9 o'clock. Brad Thompson at 9:30 on your Stiefel dossier. As Doug, the Cardinals are coming.
Tra-la, tra-la.
That'd be early. Is he in Seattle? That'd be an early call for old Brad.
No, it will be early. Up early in the morning, dressed in black. I think the biggest story in baseball over the weekend was do they call it the Phillies Karen?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
She took the ball from the gentleman. I don't know why they were in Miami watching this stuff, but I guess if they're going to be fans at a Miami Marlins game, they're going to be from a different team, and that was the case. This was in Miami, and Doug, this is what the father said after the Phillies Karen came over, took the ball that he gave to his son. Mm-hmm. He did an interview. Take a listen.
We were out in the home run seats trying to snag a ball for his birthday week, and as soon as it cracked off the bat, it was starting to head our way a little bit. So I walked to my right, and I thought, oh crap, it's coming. And I walked down a couple seats, and it fell and kind of bobbled between the two armrests. And I picked it up, and as I was pulling away, two other hands came, and I mean, I didn't really care at that point. I just walked away and held the ball up high and put it in Lincoln's glove, and was hoping he'd be on the Megatron TV or whatever, and then she showed up.
So you walked back over to your seat. You gave the ball to Lincoln. She came over a couple minutes later. What was she saying to you?
No, it was like 10 seconds or 15 seconds later. She was quick.
Sure.
She definitely scurried on over.
What did she say?
I didn't even see her walk up. And as she reached for my arm, she just yelled in my ear, "That's my ball!" Like super loud. I jumped out of my skin. And I was like, why are you here? Go away. And then she's like, "That's my ball. You stole it out of those are from our seats." And I said, there was nobody in that seat. She said, "That's from where we were sitting." And she just went on and on. I don't even remember what she said. It was, a lot of eyes on us by that time. And the ball was already in his glove, and she just wouldn't stop.
She eventually got the ball from the boy, walked back. I don't know if anybody has seen the video of what went on afterwards.
Yeah, I saw it.
Where she then was getting some crap from some of the fans who were around her at the Marlins game, and then she stood up and flipped everyone off.
Mm-hmm. Nice little way to end it. Tie a little bow around it.
Now, the boy, because the Phillies were aware that this had taken place, it was hit by Harrison Bader, friend of the program, and after the game, Lincoln, the son, the gentleman was talking about, got to go down and meet Bader, and Bader gave him an autographed bat after it was all said and done.
What do you do if you're the dad, though? Do you sit there and scream back and forth at the woman?
I think he did the right thing, and he said he's kind of found himself in a fork in the road moment where he's going, if I engage with her, I'm going to do something that I will regret, and so I just gave it back to her to diffuse the situation. I'm paraphrasing what I saw him quoted as saying, but in that spot, I think that's the right thing. You don't want to get in a spot where you start screaming because he has all the equity in the world right now. She looks like the jackass.
Yeah. When they go low, you go high.
She was all over. She was the social media story of the weekend. And apparently they say she's been fired from her job as a school administrator. I don't know how you verify that, if we knew that right away or not. But
I don't believe that's accurate.
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah, I kind of questioned it too when I saw it. But it is amazing how the smallest little incident you think might not be nothing becomes what everyone in the country is talking about. You have to be careful wherever you go.
Just be a good person. That was an example of her not being a good person. You know?
Yeah.
But the dad is smart because you get caught on the reaction. It's like Lamar Jackson last night, shoved the Buffalo fan. But the Buffalo fans touching him. You should get shoved. Touching an NFL player the way out of a stadium. And Lamar's like, hey, man, I made a mistake. And no, it's not a big deal. But that's the kind of thing that blows up because you react. But how could you not? So the dad, I think that was smart. Otherwise, you go viral. Oh, jerk Philly fan.
Well, if it's a fan, you don't know if they've got a knife or something. You can't be touching players.
But it's just in terms like that. Like you just the home run ball thing. It's like let it go. It's a home run ball at the Marlins Park.
It's a typical beta man getting run over by a woke, two-haired, colored Karen. Is that what that is? That lets you know you're woke?
A lot of people knew her voting information right after it happened. I did notice that. I didn't know that like at a game you have to give.
You can tell.
Right, of course.
That's a Doug Dox, just by a look.
Yeah, no, of course. It's best to judge books by their cover.
People do get completely crazy sometimes chasing those balls. And if you run over a kid, even if it's accidentally or something, you're going to pay a severe price for that because there's a camera on everything we do now.
Right, again, it's just like always, if you're being a good person, you won't have to worry. But when you act like a jackass sometimes, you're going to get exposed.
Yeah. I think you're allowed that initial burst of emotion, but then you got to let it go right after that. Yes. You got to come to your senses at some point and say, okay, that's a kid.
You should come to your senses when the kid removes the ball from his glove to give it to you, the grown-up.
Well, she should never have walked over there.
Right.
She's old enough to be able to deal with the disappointment of not getting the souvenir baseball.
Exactly. Your thoughts are welcome on the topic by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to the program. You can also text in. Today is the last day for the month of September, where if you do not have a text inbox name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson will update it, 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. And you can also feel better by going to Mentality. If you are feeling a little sluggish on a Monday morning, that could just be the standard operation. Oh, it's a Monday morning, didn't sleep great. Or it could be an indication of low testosterone. That's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a long-time TMA sponsor. They are a local St. Louis-based healthcare company that can get you tested, and not just on your overall testosterone levels, but your free testosterone levels. That's how Mentality can help you out. If you're working out and you're not necessarily seeing muscle build like it used to, if you're eating well but you're noticing you're putting on belly fat, if you're sluggish, if your libido is down, these are symptoms of low testosterone. This is where Mentality can help you out. Stop being tired of being tired. Get back to being the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com to learn more. I've been tested there. Super easy, in and out within 20 minutes. It's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor the email today. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Brad Thompson, 9:30. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Well, those temperatures dropped just a little bit over the last week, and how many of you out there were tempted to maybe turn that AC off? You open up a little windows, and then maybe your wife, your girlfriend, somebody goes, hey, put that heat on. It's cold in here. Did it sound right? Did it fire up right? Look, that's why you need Classic Air Care. Make sure that if you haven't had your furnace or something checked out to get ready for the fall and into the winter, make sure you set up an appointment with Classic Air Care. They can come in, they can make sure the rest of the summer is set in case the heat turns again, but they can also make sure that the unit is maintained properly for the winter. Maintaining the unit's going to extend the life of that air conditioner and that furnace that you have in the house, and that is going to save you from thousands of dollars of big-time repair, including, hopefully not, a full replacement of the unit. But if you need it, they've got you covered there, too. The bottom line is they're helping to make sure that your house is comfortable, and that's what Classic Air Care wants to do. They've got a 4.8 Google rating. You know their service is excellent. You can read the reviews right at the top of their website at classicaircare.com. But get them in, get on the schedule now, make sure you're set for the weather change, and make sure that that house is as comfortable as you can make it. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Gabe DeArmond on the Stiefel dossier at 9 o'clock. He's presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency every Monday on the program. Brad Thompson at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. And right now it is Monday, and we are in Doug's segment 8. On the Stiefel dossier. Segment 8-2, Chris Kerber, a regular guest here on 101 ESPN at 8-2 on the Stiefel dossier. He joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs. Doug, morning, Kerbs.
I don't think he's there.
Jackson, morning.
I got you.
There he is. There he is. Doug, you want to hold Jackson accountable?
Yeah, it's clearly on him.
3-2.
No, don't hold Jackson accountable on that one. This one was the dog was barking, so I muted it during that opening segment. So that's on me.
All right.
We like a good dog barking. It's welcome on this show.
I got your back there, Jackson. I mean, you probably deserve a lot of the credit.
Appreciate that, Kerbs.
Not this one time.
Hockey guys take care of hockey guys.
Ain't that the truth? I always got your back line there, Kerbs. Is that a hockey thing? I don't know.
No. Just know your role, Jackson. That was good.
Kerbs, who takes care of the dog? Is the dog in the puppy Barkley? Does it live at the offices of the Blues? The dog?
No. She's followed both of them. Follow me around the house right now and stuff. That's she came down. My wife was. There was just a lot of reasons, and Christy was out of town last year in the playoffs and stuff. So with this puppy being a puppy, I'm like, we got to get her. Really, I wanted to get. I like having our dogs used to people. I was on a walk the other day, and I saw a sign. Here in the neighborhood, and the hot spot of Manchester, where you're really worried about a lot, right? Mm-hmm. And and somebody had a "Beware of Dog" sign, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, how about just have a dog that you don't have to beware of?
Well, that's a good idea.
That's probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
No, so Truffle she hangs out. She came down to the arena a lot. It was fantastic. Robert Thomas scored a goal. This dog was just sleeping. That's when you know you picked a good one from the breeder.
But I was talking about the Blues dog. Isn't Barkley the Blues dog? And I wondered if that dog lived at the offices, because it feels like Caruso would neglect it.
Yeah, well, that I don't know. I don't know if Mike's a dog guy or not, but so Barkley lives. Randy Gersh is the one that has raised and taken care of Barkley, and so most of the days during the week, Barkley actually does come in and is down at the Blues offices.
How about that?
And at the games, it's pretty cool. It was one of those things. It was they were kind of fostering the dog. The team was going to foster the dog for Duo, which obviously trains the dogs to be helping dogs, and obviously the publicity around it, the Stanley Cup run, everything like that got around it, where it was actually kind of made more business sense for both Duo and for the Blues and all that stuff to kind of let Barkley remain at the games and stuff and show people what helping dogs can do and things. And so it's been a great partnership, and it's still a friendly as hell dog to be around.
And Kerbs, this week we've got some prospects. What's the timeline here? Because camp is still a little over a week away?
Yeah, camp's still a little over a week away. Camp's going to open up a week from Wednesday. So heading into the weekend, we've got the prospect tournament, which used to be the rookie tournament that was up in Traverse City for all those years. Now it's really just the three teams, Minnesota, Chicago, and St. Louis. This year it's being hosted by Minnesota, and there's the games over the weekend are going to be, I think they go on Saturday and then on Sunday, I believe. And there's two games, Blues prospects will play Minnesota one night, Chicago the next night. They are going to be streamed. So you can go onto the Blues website and watch those games streamed. Ryan Smith, who's the broadcaster for the Springfield Thunderbirds, he's done a couple games with us. Ryan Smith's going to be on the call of those games. And fans can watch it and, get a chance. And this is kind of one of the exciting things. Like, there's a lot of great storylines about what's going to happen up here in the NHL this year. But for the first time, in a couple of years, just because you had to wait for some of these draft picks to become, pro ready. But this, for the first time in a few years now, you're going to have several real good prospects to keep an eye on down in Springfield. You've got Lindstein. You've got Stenberg. They're going to have a chance to be down in Springfield. If Dvorsky doesn't make the club, he'll be down there. Dylan Peterson, had a good first-year pro last year. He'll be good. Hunter Skinner, is a player that, if he gets a chance, may not look back. So there's 4 or 5, prospects that are really worth keeping an eye on down in Springfield this year. And that's going to be a part of the fun. And these guys, at least the younger ones, the Stenbergs, the Lindsteins, those guys will be in the prospect tournament over the weekend.
Any of those guys have a chance to make a difference this year with the Blues?
Any of those, do they have it? Yes. I mean, obviously, Dvorsky, I think, is probably the one more so than any of them in terms of that sense. The other one, and you don't hear his name talked about a lot, but everybody that I've talked to said he had a terrific year, Doug, and that's Kastamaki. Now, if you look at the way things are set up right now, you think this is going to be one of those camps where you're looking at, Doug Armstrong famously a number of years ago went in and said, hey, look, don't fool yourselves. There's only 1 or 2 spots available. This feels like that could be the case. But Kastamaki, from 2 or 3 people I've talked to say, yeah, he's pretty much NHL ready. So can he come in, make a difference? I don't expect them to rush. And the one thing that they've got right now is they've got, especially with the signing, say, of Bjugstad and Pius Suter, they've got the ability to not have to rush anybody to the NHL. This isn't kind of like the mid-2000s where you had where your cupboard was totally bare. So you had Oshie and Berglund and Perron and Backus and, Petro, and these guys all come in and just throw them right into the NHL. So, but Lindstein, Stenberg, Peterson, Skinner, Dvorsky, Kastamaki, those are the ones to me to really keep an eye on.
Who are you most excited to see in camp? And it doesn't have to be a young guy. Is it Mayu? Is it Holloway back from injury? What is piquing your interest in advance of camp?
Honestly, 2 things. One, I'm always a fan of coaches. Started studying coaches, ever since. I love when the football Cardinals from Arizona traded Otis Anderson to the New York Giants, and Bill Parcells turned Otis Anderson back into a 1,000-yard rusher and a Super Bowl MVP. That's when I kind of really started studying coaches. One of the things I'm most excited about is to watch how Jim Montgomery runs camp right from the start, right? And then how guys respond to that. So that's first and foremost for me. From a player standpoint, it's Jimmy Snuggerud. I mean, obviously, I think it was the Jimmy Snuggerud coming on, looking like he was a good fit. Some of the chemistry that you saw between him and Robert Thomas, where he shot the puck from. I think that's one of the things that clearly gave the Blues the freedom to think, okay, how do we get a Mayu? Well, we got to trade a potential really good player in Bolduc, and that happens because you've got depth with what Jimmy Snuggerud brought in. So it wasn't just his shot and his goal scoring too that we saw a little bit there, Martin. To me, there were some passes and just some one-touch chemistry kind of things with Robert Thomas that I'm really excited about. So I'd say he's probably top of the list for me.
Since you follow coaches so closely, who are the top? Let's hear your Mount Rushmore of current NHL coaches. Who are the top 4?
Mount Rushmore of current NHL coaches.
Yes, please.
Current coaches.
Okay.
Now, are you counting
Current
Quenneville,
NHL
who
coach.
was out of the league but is back this year? Does he count because he's back now?
I guess he would if he's back now.
Just
yeah.
had to clarify.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, I think you'd have. So for me, John Cooper, I think has to be probably at the top of that list in Tampa on that side of it. I actually think you've got to put, in current coaches, I'd put Quenneville in there with him back in there. I think his pedigree has to speak for itself. I think right now you'd have to put Cassidy in there. A couple of teams to the Stanley Cup Finals and a Stanley Cup champion. And who do you go number 4? Do I go the home guy or do I?
You better go the home guy if you work for the club.
Well, yeah. I'm making sure that I'm not forgetting. Well, actually, you know what? Actually, I think I got to go Paul Maurice in there. When you look at the longevity, you look at the back-to-back Stanley Cup champions and stuff. So I think those would be the top 4. And I think if you're going to be on a Mount Rushmore of anything, if you're a coach, a championship has to be. If you don't have the championship, I don't know if you can be on that, right?
Yeah, probably so.
In any way, like you're not doing a Mount Rushmore of any coach at any of anything if they haven't won a championship, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's
unless
fair.
you did a Mount Rushmore of assistant coaches.
Well,
Doug, you going to do that next Monday?
Yeah.
I want to go into that. Yeah, no, let's avoid that one altogether, fellas. Yeah.
Chris Kerber with us here on TMA. He is a guest on 8:15 on Mondays here on 101 ESPN. Blues will get things underway a week from Saturday against the Dallas Stars. Kerbs, appreciate the time as always, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Have a great week.
You too.
All
Chris
right,
Kerber
see
with
ya.
us here on TMA. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Brad Thompson, 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at approximately 10:45 on the program. And, Doug, we welcome people to call into the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You know something about Collier and Thompson. I'm pretty sure you do.
Well, I do, and a lot of people do because they've been around so long. They've been around since the 1950s. Their people have more than 165 years of experience turning homes into show places. Get your house spruced up. It'll make you feel better. Collier & Thompson can do anything in your home, from redoing the kitchen to a master bathroom to finish the basement, knock out walls on the lower level to open things up. They do it all. And the best thing about Collier & Thompson is these are people you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home because a lot of times they're going to be there for a while, and you want professionals that you know will back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you in case you need to make any changes. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in all of the work that they produce. They've got all the carpenters and the subcontractors right there with them. It's all in-house. They have a great painting department. If you're looking for someone to paint your home, Collier & Thompson certainly has the people to do that. You ought to go to their website, check out their reviews. Why, here's one from Connie. How you doing, Connie? She says, the entire process went well. Mark was the supervisor, always communicated with us. All the installers, including the plumbers, electricians, floor people, painter, etc., very professional and competent. We are extremely happy with our new rooms, and you'll get that same feeling when you work with Collier & Thompson to give your home a little makeover. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Collier & Thompson phone lines. Call in 314-974-0101. Text into the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. And, of course, you are welcome to participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where many have gathered this morning. 302 Friends of the Feather are in there, including Lex Luthor, Jeremy Hodge, Walrus King, and Libby Jackie DiCaprio. They're all in there talking about Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter who says he misses Iggy. And Doug,
he does.
Iggy might just jump into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and talk it over. You never know. Sometimes he's in there. His username, I believe, is Iggy on the Couch, and you can talk it over with Iggy. And the player to be named later, and John Scores is in there as well. Get involved on the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. Open up the app, just type in TMASTL, and you can watch the show and talk it over with 300 other listeners. Back into football. we go, both NFL and college football. Illinois, Missouri making their noise. And one that was an all-timer yesterday evening with Baltimore and Buffalo. All that coming up here on the program with Gabe at 9 o'clock. This is TMA at 101 ESPN.
or not, Mizzou in the playoffs. No questions asked, no trade-offs. What you got for us, SEC? No cred, no props, what'll it be? Try to hold down those Tiger paws. We'll smack you so hard you'll be eating with a straw. Go ahead and keep putting us down, but just look out, we coming to your town. Ain't gonna be there for a social visit, gonna smack those chops. Yeah, boy! Hit it, hit it, hit it. Oh yeah, boy!
You like this one, Doug?
Smack those chops!
Well, sure.
Gonna smack those chops! How do you like it, chops, boy? Fried on across your ugly face!
Oh.
Took a turn. Yeah, took a turn.
Fisher Window and Door Store sponsors the 8 o'clock hour on the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the show, and you are welcome to participate in the program by texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. You can also call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 288 friends are in there, and they're just talking it over. Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter, very active, talking to Spicy Sow. Is that General Tso's chicken with waffle fries?
Got to be related somehow.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think so. Yeah. And Lex Luthor's in there talking it over as well with Libby, Jackie, DiCaprio. Get involved and subscribe to the TMA YouTube page. Papers, we got all kinds of sound from the weekend that was in college football with Missouri's win, Illinois' win. You
You want to hear Mike Kelly's call Jamal Roberts' touchdown?
How do you do?
Oh,
To seal
sure.
the game.
Love to hear it.
Roberts running to the left side, trying to angle outside of the 40, 45, left sideline to midfield, to the 35, a foot race to the 20. Roberts angling back to the 5, to the house, 63-yard run by Jamal Roberts. And Missouri takes a 10-point lead over Kansas with 1:49 to play. How about those Tigers?
No.
Doug, more importantly, that allowed Missouri to cover the spread that dropped to 5.5 points before kickoff.
Okay.
I was listening to that outside the wedding. I stepped out for the last 2 minutes.
You started fist pumping.
I started screaming.
Screaming.
What did your scream sound like?
I yelled.
Can you take me back? Go Daniel Day-Lewis.
I think I just said, let's go. I yelled. I have no voice left.
Did you say, let's go to oatmeal?
No. It was just by myself.
And Pete.
No one was there. Not the wedding.
Huh.
I'm telling you, there's no one who cared about the Mizzou-Kansas game at that wedding.
Did they think you were out vaping? What did
No, they just thought I was out. I don't know. I didn't like when someone leaves a wedding. You're like a stranger. You're not like, what are they doing?
Key bumps.
You don't really notice there's so many people. You're talking to everybody.
So I just went outside to enjoy the rest of the game. I was going to put it on my phone, but I had bad luck watching the game. I had good luck listening to it on the radio. That's what
fall into that.
The W occurred. It's only weird if it doesn't work.
And then the bride's uncle is watching. I don't know, some autistic guy outside pumping his fist in the air.
What does Drinkwitz and Zach Sweet's exchange mean on this audio list, Doug?
So Zach Sweet is a student reporter at the Missourian, and he predicted that Kansas would win. And safe to say that didn't play well with Missouri fans. And I believe that coaches and players were made aware of it. And so...
he's a student reporter?
Yes. Columbia, Missourian. And he hosts a show called like the Tiger Kickoff Show, I believe.
Who does he?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Doug, here is Eli Drinkwitz and Zach Sweet's exchange.
So before the press conference, he talks about Zach's take about the game.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then I'm just going to say it was a really poor take that you had on picking Kansas to win. So with that,
hey, like all on the take, that was bad, and I felt the wrath of it. But congrats on the win.
It was a pretty bad take.
So when you guys were down in the first half, Donovan Olugbide.
You felt good about the take.
I felt good about the take before the game. Correct. Donovan Olugbide.
A lot of media chuckling.
What was Drink like? Just having fun with it, or was he annoyed? Okay,
I think he was having fun with it. Dalen Carnell, Mizzou safety, also had an exchange with Mr. Sweet.
Hold on, I saw him say something. That was a terrible take, and please don't disrespect the back end no more, and stop cheering for KU. You're a Missouri Tiger. Thank you.
That
was kind of an ISO chuckle. That was one guy. Let him have
I
it.
guarantee you it wasn't the Colonel. There's one.
Zach Sweet is a journalism student at the University of Missouri, Columbia. He has a website. It's called trumanstales.com.
And they all seem to know who he's picking for the game.
Good for him.
It kind of made its rounds before the game.
So you're not allowed to cover the team and
that's what I
pick against.
Like Dalen Cardell saying, rooting for Kansas. Picking someone to win doesn't mean you're rooting for them. It's just what your opinion on the game is, and you shouldn't have to pick your team that you go to school to. Just to ever that'd be like state media, you know. That's
not only by majoring in journalism, you're taking a vow of living in poverty, but now if you give your honest opinion, you get held accountable by the coach.
Yeah.
It looks like he was on TV in Columbia, and it has his score prediction 30-27 KU. But again, who cares?
Drinkwitz also gave Paul Feinbaum the business there in the pregame. You see that? With the hair.
Jackson has that audio because this is Jackie Papers.
Okay.
Just he's all over it.
Paul, I got to be careful. This wind's got my comb over going the wrong direction. I'm 3 haircuts away from looking like you, man. I got to get this thing fixed. Oh, what the world?
Laird, I don't know when I don't know when this day will come, but if some charity in Columbia decides to have a roast honoring Coach String, please invite me.
we have a roast every day at my house. My girls take turns taking care of that, so that ain't no worries there.
Okay. And behind him were the Golden Girls, who look as good as any cheer team in America.
Wow, look at you.
That's my hot tape. I mean, there was one more beautiful than the next. It was you could hardly pay attention to what was going on the dais there.
That's forever clipped.
That was a chuckle from this weekend. It was
pregame. I also felt seen there when the wind blows real hard. It's tough for us.
Are you in fear when the wind's up?
Walking through Lincoln Park on Saturday. Just I was holding on for dear life.
How was that Lincoln Park scene?
It was great. Chicago, hell of a city, man.
Do you like it better than St. Louis?
Depends on what you're saying.
Depends on what you're saying. Depends on where you are in the city.
Yeah.
Just like any city.
For sure. Lincoln Park, quality spot.
Yeah.
Beautiful area.
By the way, Tim, Zach Sweet's explanation said he thought that Jalen Daniels' experience would make the difference and that the Kansas receivers would get open too often against Missouri's defensive backs. That's why Catalan was not.
So that's why Dalen Carnell went after him being one of them. Well, we ought to get him on and scream at him.
He definitely needs some time away.
Thank you.
He cannot continue in the current position he's at. He'll have to be let go.
Zach, welcome to journalism in 2025, where you are told what you're supposed to think.
Let's see. Sharon and Clayton is not happy with, I think, Eli Drinkwitz. He wasn't cheering for them. He was making an honest take and wasn't being a homer. Isn't that what journalists are supposed to do? How many get slammed for being a homer? Bad take by Drink & Co. Biggest ego for some clown who's done nothing. And then Sharon Clayton with regards to Doug's observation on the Golden Girls. Whoa, settle down there, Doug Musburger.
Oh.
And I believe that's a reset to Catherine Webb, the wife of former Battlehawks quarterback A.J. McKernan.
Yeah. I was just thinking as I watched that, I don't think the Golden Girls have to take a back seat to any other cheerleading squad in America.
Are you going to release your Mount Rushmore of cheerleading squads?
I only have one. That's the Golden Girls.
Horned Up Doug is my new favorite. It's like Brett Musburger is in that body and running around there. That's from Arbor Day.
Doug Musburger.
Doug Nussmeier's son, Garrett, is the LSU quarterback.
That is correct.
Bring it all together.
That is correct.
Doug Musburger. I talked to Brent a couple weeks ago.
Oh, did you?
He's still up talking gambling, man.
He does he likes a good wager. We've got also another thing, whereas journalism is whatever it is. The barrier, the barrier to entry is: do I have access to a podcast, and do I want to try to engage people on social media and get myself some likes? That is the industry. I walked past that journalism school, was walking through the quad with my wife from the game to downtown. And I honestly thought, why would anybody major in this now. I mean, I don't know why we did it 25 years ago, but much less now. Digressing from that, you have that element right now, but you also have coaches well aware of the spread and trying to cover. And Lane Kiffin kicked a field goal to cover for Ole Miss against Kentucky, but then Kentucky went down the field and then kicked a field goal down 10 to cover for the Wildcats, and Lane Kiffin actually addressed it on the field following Ole Miss's win in Lexington over Mark Stoops and the Wildcats.
And, they fought hard. That's a really hard team and plays really close games. So proud of our guys. Sorry to a lot of gamblers there at the end.
That was the big fear, and that the gambling, the point spreads and everything would affect the play on the field, and it looks like it has.
I mean, he's openly talking about it. I think it's always been there. They're just talking about it more openly now. But yes, he kicked a field goal to cover I think it was 8.5 at kickoff. So they were up by 10. Then Stoops goes down the field and he kicks a field goal, so they're down by 7. They lose by 7, but they cover the spread.
Yeah, and but with sports gambling, for everyone who had one side, there was plenty of people with the other side who were probably elated with that decision, So it's.
But Kentucky could argue that we needed another score anyway, so we'll kick the field goal now and try to get the onside kick.
Right.
But it is getting a little dangerously close to like the Pete Rose accusations that you're wagering on your own sport or your own team. That it's getting a little gray out there, I would say, when coaches are this
aware
and commenting on it. It was different. Al Michaels would sort of loosely reference it.
And the coaches are making so darn much money. What do they care about the gambling lines?
Boosters who are wagering. I actually really do think that's part of it. I feel like if there's one team that you can keep an eye on for that, it's Texas Tech this year, because they just bought a whole roster, and my God, they put it on people. Red Raiders. Beware the Red Raiders. Red Raiders are coming.
Yeah, people really like them.
I mean, just a bought and paid for operation down there. It's like the Michael Crabtree era of 2008. Let's see. Get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. Jackson for 2 hours and 7 more minutes. We'll update your phone number with a text name if you request it. But then you're not doing it again until October 1st. That's it. Cutting it off. You can also email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling. Email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 1045. Gabe DeArmond is joining us in a matter of moments. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 100 West Dental is online at 100westdental.com. They built brand new offices with the most modern technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental's fired up for this weekend. He's going up against Allen Dadeville's Georgia Bulldogs. Dr. Brandon Pryor loves the Volunteers, and he also loves an easy operation for new patients to sign up and go and see him and his team on Manchester in Baldwin. You don't need a phone call to get into 100 West Dental. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability, and you book right then and there. It's a very procedure-specific approach to dentistry. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the costs of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge promo going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. That's 100westdental.com. Gabe DeArmond coming up in a matter of moments, brought to you by James Carlton. Next here on TMA. Aesthetic design and build. Man, if you have worked with Dan and his team over the last couple of years, you are really enjoying the last few weeks of weather we've had in the St. Louis area, because you have been able to be outside and living in paradise. They have been building high-quality custom decks An outdoor living space is now for over 30 years at Aesthetic Design and Build. You can see that work by going to aestheticdesignandbuild.com or their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They really are a design company. They can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. And if you're ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Just check them out online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call 636-532-5008. They offer custom deck design, and they can do it all for you. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces, expertly designed. aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way.
This is Jackson. The Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. This just in, 5-star forward Tony Bryant has committed to the University of Missouri, giving Dennis Gates and the Tigers their second top 15 recruit in the 2026 class. Gabe DeArmond will join us here at this break to talk about it. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Unbelievable when the Missouri Tigers took the field to this song on Saturday afternoon.
This is what they played, was it?
Nah, they played Eye of the Tiger by Survivor.
Okay.
But maybe for Louisiana, they'll play this one. Take a listen to this part.
Missouri.
Yep.
I like that part.
James Carlton sponsors The Colonel every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines from PowerMizzou.com, a gentleman who was already busy, and he's even busier this morning because Missouri just got a 5-star basketball recruit commitment. It's Gabe DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
Hey, I'm about to drive by Mizzou Arena, actually, and rumor has it that Dennis Gates is blasting Tina E this morning.
Yeah!
Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he?
Colonel, what's the news on this before we get to the Fighting Tiger football program?
Yeah, Tony Bryant, who we have as the number 23 player in the country, we had him at 13, so we redid our rankings maybe about a week ago, but he's number 23 in the country. Believe he's still a 5-star. Visited Missouri this weekend, committed. He's a 6'9" kid out of Florida that really has been on the radar for Missouri for about 8 or 9 months, and visited North Carolina last week, was supposed to visit NC State next week, was supposed to visit Kansas in November. But Dennis Gates got it done. Commitment in this morning. He joins Jason Crow Jr. I'm going to have to go back and look, but I think this is the first time Missouri's had 2 top 25 players in a class. Certainly, I don't know what Stipo and Sunvold were ranked, but I don't think it's happened since like the rankings and all that really began around 2000. So, you get 2 of the top 23 players in the class, and like you're starting to get into that. Let's see if this can be the top ranked class in the country discussion.
Do you have any idea what it would cost to lure a 5-star player with NIL money?
Fortunately, it's not my money, but a lot, I'm sure. I would think that you're talking 7 figures in basketball because you're only talking about 3 or 4 kids in a class, and they've got 2 of them now. So a good sign that the funding is available for Dennis.
Yeah, I see a lot of big programs are after him, including Illinois. So this is quite a coup for the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, this is again, him and Jason Crow Jr. in the same class. This is like. Remember when Eli Drinkwitz was recruiting at just a level we had never seen at Missouri in his first couple of years, and the results on the field weren't necessarily there, but the reason so many people were willing to be patient was the way he was recruiting. Well, this is what this buys Dennis Gates. Like, he's made 2 tournaments in 3 years. He's done a good job, but there was a lot of frustration over the Drake thing, and he maybe didn't get what some people were hoping he would get out of the portal. Well, this now, like, the frustration is done. Like, this year, hey, even if they miss the tournament or they lose the first round or whatever happens, Dennis has bought himself a lot of equity with this class.
Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA, the breaking news. Missouri just getting a 5-star basketball recruit. Of course, the reason the Colonel is on at this time of year is for football, but that news just breaking this morning. You can read the Colonel at PowerMizzou.com. He is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call and talk to somebody in his office right now in Webster Groves, 314-961-4800. The 2 minutes that you take on the phone talking to somebody in James' office could wind up saving you thousands and thousands of dollars, and I assure you it'll be a great customer experience. That is something you can count on. That is why I am a client of James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency and have been since 2019. James is online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. James Carlton presenting the Colonel. Gabe, there's nothing my wife and I enjoy more than my attempts to bring a woman into the bedroom. But in addition to that, listening to your podcast when we drive home from Columbia, Missouri, and that's what we were doing yesterday. But my God, Doug, what a stunning thing that we heard. Take a listen to this that was on Gabe's podcast yesterday.
Hillbilly Humdinger says, "Kids me, Gabe. I don't know if he wants to have kids with me, if he wants me to kiss him, or he's just complimenting me." But Cody, this is the post game show, man. Get used to it. It's a little different.
Everybody's in a good mood though, which I'm totally here for.
Cody, I'm just going to initiate you to this. They constantly are going to ask us to take our shirts off.
I keep seeing it in the comments, and I'm just like, this has to be some sort of PM inside joke that I'm not privy to.
I don't honestly know exactly where it started. I believe it was with the radio show in St. Louis that I do. So they are going to ask us every week. It's never happened. It's never going to happen. But I just want to let you warn you that it's also, it has a lot to do with this. Wynn's walking stick is on his 17th beer. So
proud of you.
What radio show is it in St. Louis where you think this is coming from?
Courtney. Well, yours is the only one I do. So
Doug, that's a process of elimination.
I don't know. It sounds like a body little podcast.
I truly don't even know the origination of it.
I actually don't either. It's not something that we've talked about on the program, but I'm quite confident our audience makes up a large portion of the comments.
Yeah.
Gabe, were you protecting the TMA brand, or were you embarrassed to admit it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yes.
Oh, both.
Colonel, I was reading one of my favorite things to read, 10 thoughts on the weekend that was in college football for September 8th this morning. And I kind of feel like we're on the same page walking out of Faurot Field on Saturday. I was saying this to the boys in the 7 o'clock hour. I feel like the ceiling is now higher than I thought it was going into the Kansas game. I also feel like the floor could be lower. Part of that is the way that, and this is something you wrote about, the way Eli Drinkwitz is game managing around the kicker situation. Inevitably, he's going to have to put the guy to the test, and maybe this weekend would be a good time to do that. But also, the second half of their schedule might be a little more difficult than we initially thought. And also, finally, third point, the secondary, maybe some questions there that were larger after seeing Jalen Daniels move down the field with some ease in that fourth quarter drive. How do you analyze your update on what you think Missouri can be in 2025 after Saturday's win?
My gut tells me they're better than I thought they were at the beginning of the season, and a big part of that is that Beau Pribula and the offense are significantly better than I thought they might be. But I'm not ready to adjust the expectations until I see South Carolina. I think South Carolina is actually maybe not quite as good as I thought they were, especially on offense. I would have expected South Carolina to maybe be favored by 3 to 5 points in that game. I'm not sure that'll be the case now. I think there's a decent chance maybe Missouri is a home favorite in that game because of what we've seen in the first 2 weeks and what I think we will see on Saturday. But I am not going to come off of 8-4 and get too far out over my skis until I see that game played. And there's still, like, you look at South Carolina, A&M, Alabama, Auburn, Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, Arkansas. They're still all games that can go either way. Like Missouri, I don't think is good enough to win all 7 of them. They almost certainly are not going to lose all 7 of them, but are they good enough to be 5-2 in those games? I feel better that they are than I did 2 weeks ago, but I'm not quite to the point I'm going to predict it.
Well, now that Alabama's kind of come back to the pack a little bit anyway, it doesn't look like there's anybody on that schedule where you just say, well, we got no shot here. Would you agree with that?
There's not a game on the schedule Missouri can't win. But I think the mistake we make when we do this every week is, okay, well, we just assume that every team is going to play the same way as it did on Saturday the rest of the year. We're going to see Missouri's best. They're going to put up 40 on everybody. But when we look at the opponents, well, Alabama lost to Florida State, so they're terrible. I mean, we never account for, like, what happened to Texas A&M last year. I think Missouri was at least equal and probably a better team than Texas A&M last year. But on that day, it obviously wasn't even close. So, it's just 12 random tests, to be quite honest. It's not you can't really extrapolate from last weekend to next week. So, it's about how often can Eli get this team to play close to its best.
Do you think the plan, and we talked about Ahmad Hardy, who is going to have a big impact, but do you think Roberts is forcing himself into more of the rotation? Like they maybe have to, not split time, but use him? Or do you think that we always joked about the or in the depth chart, but do you think Roberts has maybe changed their thinking a little?
He's changed my thinking. He put up 143. He had one of the biggest plays of the game. I mean, the 39-yard run to start that drive at the end of the first half. Missouri went 86 yards in 25 seconds to tie the game. That was a huge run, and then obviously he had the 63-yarder that iced it. I went through the snap counts yesterday, and Jamal Roberts was actually on the field a lot more than Ahmad Hardy was because he's the third down back when he's in the game when they want to throw. I think Hardy was in for 26 running plays and 10 passing plays, and Roberts was like 37 pass plays and 13 running plays. But when Hardy's on the field, he is probably carrying the ball. There's like a 78% chance he's getting the ball when he's on the field. With Roberts, you're doing a lot of different things. He doesn't get as many carries, but I think he's probably going to end up with more snaps.
We wondered earlier in the show when we were talking about how good Beau Pribula looked, is if it was really a close competition between he and Sam Horn, or were they just saying that because Pribula, he couldn't look much better here the first 2 weeks?
Yeah, I don't think it was. I think going into Central Arkansas, it was all but decided. And everybody I talked to during August that saw more practice than I do said Beau's the better quarter. He's going to start. What Eli Drinkwitz's reasoning for doing it the way he did was, I don't know. And hey, it's his program. He can do it however he wants. But I think, some people came out of the first game saying, well, Beau won it by default. Well, I mean, he kind of did, but also his play shows he was going to win it anyway.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest, brought to you by James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He is the sponsor of the Colonel on Mondays and Fridays, talking college football. I do want to talk about the secondary. Your thoughts on where Missouri is with their secondary. I was listening to the podcast I made reference to, and I know you talked about it there. Elaborate on that, maybe any specific players and any concerns that you may have as they deal with, Lenora Sellers here in 12 days.
Yeah, my concern is the safety position. That game should not, if you look at the box score, you would think Missouri won that game by 30 points. I mean, more than doubled KU's yardage. KU had a defensive touchdown that made it closer, but that game shouldn't really have been close. It was close because KU only had about 6 or 7 good plays on offense, but they were huge plays that all led directly to points, and that was part of Missouri's problem on defense last year. They were pretty good most of the time, and then they would just give up this 160-yard pass. And Eli said many times over the years, nothing determines the outcome of a game more than explosive play. If you get more 20-yard plays than your opponent, you're probably going to win the game. Well, Missouri just gives up too many 20-yard plays, and more than that. KU, and you give KU's offensive coordinator credit because, like, the other team tries, and sometimes they just scheme something up that's going to work. I mean, they got Dalen Carnell 50 yards downfield in man coverage a couple times on Saturday, and Dalen's a good player, but that's not his strength. I mean, he's a safety linebacker hybrid who I think is a little more of a linebacker. Jalen Catalon, I know they really like him. He was beat on what should have been a 75-yard touchdown, and Jalen Daniels just overthrew it. I mean, his receiver had Catalon and Carnell beat, and that's a throw if you're going to win the game you have to make. He didn't make it. And then Marvin Burks, look, we saw this a lot last year. Marvin Burks tends to look in the backfield a lot, and he tends to kind of launch himself toward the line of scrimmage, and then they throw the ball over his head. It happened a few times last year, and I don't know this because I haven't gone back and watched the game again. People who were watching the broadcast seem to think that Kansas's initial touchdown had a lot to do with Marvin Burks creeping up too close to the line of scrimmage. Again, I can't promise that's the case, but point is Missouri has three safeties that I feel really good about their ability to hit and play the run, but I've got to see their ability to cover deep, and I'm not sure I've seen it yet. And so I think right now that's certainly a hesitation. The other, it's kind of directly related, is will Missouri's pass rush be as good as the coaches seem to think it was going to be? We haven't really seen that in the first two games, but game one, hey, you're playing a vanilla game plan against a team that has no chance to beat you. You're just kind of playing base defense. And then game two, how much of that was, look, we're not trying to pressure Jalen Daniels and get him out of the pocket. We want to keep him in the pocket because we think he's less likely to beat us with his arm than his legs.
Mizzou's had some really good tight ends over the years. Looks like they have another one in Brett Norfleet. He's a St. Louis guy here from O'Fallon. What do you make of his play? He looks really good, doesn't he?
It's been great. And this is the Brett Norfleet we've heard about for 2 years and we've never seen. In large part because he hadn't been able to stay on the field. But he's had 10 catches, 85 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's got more touchdowns than any tight end in the country, or tied for it. And I think the guy that we aren't talking about enough here is Kirby Moore. I thought that was an immaculate, he has schemed up a couple plays in each of the first 2 games where you just go, there's nobody within 10 yards of that guy. Norfleet's touchdown in the first game, the 4th and 1 play that ended up being a 27-yard touchdown to him on Saturday. I mean, he is getting guys wide open for Beau to throw to. The balance between run and pass has been great. He used Beau's legs in the opener, but then really didn't on Saturday. Really, it was he's going to sit back here and beat you with his arm and his running backs, but you've got that play available. And just some of the designs they've used with getting Beau on the move out of the pocket, I've been really impressed by.
Gabe, this is kind of a weird take, but in the Louisiana game, do you think they'll look for opportunities to try some long field goals? And just because it did seem like they're trying to avoid that right now with the younger kid, but at some point, you got to give him the game feel where he's kicking long field goals. Do you know what I'm saying? And do you think that they are kind of coaching around that right now?
Yeah, I mean, Drinkwitz said, hey, I didn't want to put him in a position where we had to test him right away. So he wasn't going to kick he said if he was outside the 25, he was going for it. And a couple times he went for it inside the 25 just because the yardage dictated. I think his longest kick on Saturday was like 28 yards or something. So it's good to ease him in. Obviously, there's going to be a time you're going to have to try a longer one. And so it is an interesting, you're never intentionally going to score 3 instead of 7, right? I mean, I don't think you get to the 25-yard line and down the ball so he can try a kick. But it wouldn't be a bad thing if he was in position and you're up 28-7 next week where he gets a chance to try a 45-yarder just to see how it goes. Because, I remember way back in Blaine Gabbert's true freshman year, he played one game. He threw 8 passes against Southeast Missouri, and he didn't throw another pass all year. And at the end of the year, there were a lot of people, what are we doing? Because at the time, that burned Blaine's red shirt, And I remember the coaches saying, look, we don't want the first snap he takes to be in his hometown against Illinois. Maybe it wasn't a ton, but he was out there. You don't want the first big kick Robert Meyer takes to be one he has to make against South Carolina or Alabama. Yeah. You want to get him some opportunities before that.
Gabe DeArmond with us here, brought to you by James Carlton. You're on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The atmosphere, I mean, throughout the day, throughout the weekend, incredible down there. And it's becoming, this is a little different program from my standpoint anyway. I mean, certainly in reference to when you and I were in school, it's starting to get this momentum where people are coming to Columbia and they're making it's a point of reference on the social calendar in addition to the football, and a day like what took place Saturday only adds to it, especially considering over the next month you're going to get the South Carolina Gamecocks and the Alabama Crimson Tide coming to Columbia. What are your thoughts on the atmosphere Saturday, and then maybe compare and contrast over the years, because you've been doing this for as long as you have with PowerMizzou, Gabe?
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun, and people were obviously excited for it. There was a buzz around town, and then, I mean, add to it 77 degrees. Like, if you order a day for football, Saturday was that day. And, they have 3,000 fewer seats than they had last year, so they're creating a little bit of a scarcity, the whole supply and demand thing. And I know that is frustrating to some students, but, hey, that's how it goes. That's how many seats there are, man. There's not a whole lot they can do about it right now. So I don't think it's not quite where it was by late 2007 yet, but I would compare this to where they were in 2006, maybe early 2007. Like, hey, we're on the verge. Like, we think a lot of really cool things are coming. And, whether this turns out to be like that year was or not, obviously we'll figure out over the next 10 weeks. But there's definitely a feeling of anticipation. And I know that fans are always more optimistic, right, than outside people were. But you can really sense in the summer, Missouri fans are really excited about this team and think there's something there more than what people outside of it saw. And now this week, I think the outside people are starting to come around and think they might be right.
Final question for you, Colonel. Do you think game day could be making its way to Columbia in 12 days?
I think it's possible. Look, Missouri should beat Louisiana. I don't think that's a problem. They need South Carolina to beat Vandy if that's going to happen. There's a Florida-Miami game, which obviously lost some of the shine when Florida lost to South Florida this weekend, but still Miami. They're still number 5. They've already beaten Notre Dame. It's an in-state rivalry. You could see that. Oregon and Oregon State play. I don't know if game day's probably been at that game before. Game day talks about they like to find different places and go places they don't go, but then a lot of times they end up going to a lot of the same places. I know Texas Tech and Utah play. Those are probably right now viewed as 2 of the top 3 teams in the Big 12 because Kansas State has fallen off a cliff. So I think there's a possibility that next Saturday night that is announced, and if that happens, then you put this up there with a lot of those days that we still talk about years later.
Absolutely. The last time in Columbia, 2010, when Oklahoma was number 1 in the BCS. So there is the potential that is out there for Missouri, Indiana, Illinois, another one perhaps to keep an eye on from the local standpoint on this side of the state. Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton.
That's probably going to be the Big Ten Fox show, though.
Oh, because that game will be, you think it'll be 11 o'clock?
That'll be a Fox game. I think that'll be the big noon game.
That could very well be the case when you look at the Big Ten schedule for September 20th. Colonel, brought to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Thanks, Gabe.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on The Morning After. Your thoughts, welcome. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. 314-974-0101. And Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat where friends have gathered. Doug, you say Daddy likey about the wild card?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Cardinals 4.5 back. The wild card. A lot of teams are also in the mix, the Diamondbacks, the Reds, the Giants. So that's the deal with the way that it's set up because everybody gets to stay in the playoff mix until the last. We'll talk about that as well as Jordan Walker with the walk-off. Brad Thompson coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct online at universalwindowsdirect.com wants you to know that with September here and kids back in school, vacations winding down, this is the time to refocus on the house and talk with the people at Universal Windows Direct. This September, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. Plus, get $500 off your entire home improvement project, all with 0% financing for 3 years. Don't wait. Lock in your comfort now. Call them 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to book your free estimate today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit on how many windows purchased. $500 of your entire home improvement project when you schedule now. Pay 0% interest for over 3 years. It's Universal Windows Direct online at universalwindowsdirect.com or by calling 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And it is our pleasure here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour to welcome friend of the program, Brad Thompson, to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Brad.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing today?
Doug is doing really well because he says his dad likes the wild card. Is that what it
we're
is?
only 4.5 back. Daddy likey.
See, there it is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, daddy likey. Yeah, no, I can see that. I thought he was going to be a little upset that the Cardinals did not win all three, but I am happy to hear that daddy likey.
Yeah,
see?
All three would have been nice. You know, it does seem like this season has been kind of a bummer all the way around with the low crowds and the team somewhat out of contention. And yet, you look, they are 500. It's not a disastrous team. It's just not certainly as good as we would hope.
I would argue at this point for this team to be 500 with the pitching the way that it has been, with the injuries that you've had, at least as of late, I feel like 500 is quite the chore at this point. I think they've played above maybe where some of the expectations were coming in, certainly nationally. I mean, you remember where the bar was set for this club. Not to say that Cardinal Nation should be happy about it and we're throwing a parade for 500, but you got a young team that is still trying to figure it out. So the fact that they can be 4.5 out of a wild card, which, as we all know, look, 4.5 out of a wild card in the final month is a long way away still. But it's still within the hunt, right? Still playing meaningful games, and they're certainly meaningful for all these young guys down the stretch. So I think it's going to be an entertaining here last couple weeks.
I think if you just had the headlines, if I told you in February, we're going to be sitting here in September, and Fetty's a disaster, has to get let go. Arenado's injured, hasn't really been able to produce. Walker really doesn't take off in this runway season. Palante has regressed. And we trade a bunch of guys at the deadline, I think if you just heard those headlines, you say, oh, God, what's the record? And they say, well, it's 500.
No.
I think that's the surprise.
No, it's a great point. It's a great point, Martin. And you're right. Look, with all of that, like that screams like 2023 record, right? Where it's like, oh, God, it just all collapsed. So right now it's not perfect at this point, and there's still a lot of work to do, and I'm very intrigued with what this offseason under Chaim Bloom is going to look like. But you have some guys that are fighting, and you got a team that's figuring out ways to win. We would like as fans, everybody would like to see the offense be more consistent throughout the entire game. That'd be great. Early, they find themselves in holes, oftentimes because of the starting pitching, but they've been a relentless offense late. One of the best offenses in baseball, 7 through 9, innings 7 through 9. So, like, that part of it has been entertaining too. But your point is very well taken. That with all of the things that could have happened, this easily could have collapsed around them.
And they've won 7 of their last 10, and a lot of that has been without Burleson, Donovan, Arenado, Contreras with the suspension, maybe their best 4 players, and still they're somehow getting some wins.
No, they are, and again, it comes down to, Doug. We know that we've been using the word opportunity. It was runway for a long time, but right now it's opportunity, right, for all of these young guys to step up. And there's not too many guys on this team that can head into 2026 and be like, well, I've got a spot. I am the whatever. Like Mason Lynn, maybe he's your shortstop. Donnie, he's playing second base, and your guaranteed contracts around Contreras, over at first. Arenado, if they don't move him, over at third. But like pretty much everything is up in the air right now, and I feel like you have a lot of young guys that realize that understand that, and they're going to give you everything you got here for the last 20-something games. So I think that part of it is highly entertaining, and then it'll be interesting, and I think it'll be very evident throughout the offseason what Chaim Bloom and this new regime thinks about this club and where they think that they can tweak things and what pieces they use. Because, I mean, let's be honest, some of these pieces that are on this big league team right now are not going to be on this big league team next year. How do they use those to get pieces that get you closer? Not solve the entire puzzle this offseason. I think that's going to take a little bit of time, but how do you get closer?
Brad, you're on the team all the time. Brant Brown does not seem like a guy who wants to make headlines, but he did with his comments, candid take on Jordan Walker and needing to put more into preparation. Do you think that was out of frustration? Do you think it was by design, like trying to message the player through the media because it hasn't worked directly? What was your read on that?
Yeah, and no, I don't think it was by design. I think it was out of an abundance of honesty. Like, I just feel like if you ask Brant Brown a question, you're going to get what he's thinking. And I think that it may have landed a little bit differently than maybe he meant it. I feel like in talking to Brant, I've talked to him about Jordan, not on air, just for background, just kind of about the situation. And the idea is like the next level for him is the stuff that they're talking about, that he talked about openly, of just the preparation and the routine and knowing how to manage your time as a major leaguer. Like, that ends up being the next level of what these guys are doing. And again, at 23 years old, with only a couple of years under his belt, trying to figure these things out, it's not easy to do. It's not a thing where your routine that you've been using your whole life is going to work at the big league level. Like, things change. There's so much more information. The guys are so much better. There's so many different variables. So I don't believe at all that he used that as a public thing to get it out there to motivate the player. But I do hope that it worked, like in that regard, right? Of the idea of, okay, well, what do I need to do next? I talked about this with the guys on the fast lane last week, of the idea of sometimes you think you're working hard until you see somebody else work hard. And then you realize this is what it's supposed to look like, or you don't change your routine until you struggle at a level where you feel like you have to. That idea of and this is not the case for him, but the idea of rock bottom, right? It's like, okay, well, I better make some changes, or this isn't going to look anywhere near I want it to look. And for Jordan, he's just immensely talented. He's got to get to the point where he is untapping that. Mo talked about it yesterday with Jim Hayes about being more consistent. That's going to be the big key for him. And a part of that is your routine and your preparation.
Brad Thompson, our guest here on 101 ESPN. He joins us every Monday at 9:30. Nolan Arenado taking batting practice tonight and tomorrow as he looks toward a rehab assignment on Wednesday. I know where I am, and I think there are other Cardinal fans who are wondering as well, man, at this point, why not just go, okay, let's get healthy and focus on being right for next year. He did an interview last week, Brad, talking about how he would not feel good about going into the offseason without playing again. So he really wants to put himself into a position to play some regular season games before this offseason. How much do you think that in his mind, and I realize I'm asking you to get in his mind, but I'm wondering if he's thinking, I've got to show that I'm healthy going into the offseason to put myself in a position to potentially be marketable for teams to be interested in me. Because otherwise, on the outside looking in, I'm sitting there going, I just don't know why he would risk it with only 2.5 weeks left.
Yeah, well, two parts, right? One is he's a baseball player, right? This is all he's done his entire life, and he's built himself a great empire by doing this and playing the game. So if he is healthy enough to play, he's probably chomping at the bit and wants to play. Like, that's just kind of the player in him. But I think that you bring up a really good point about the showcasing that he's healthy and good to go, because I see this offseason for Nolan looking a lot like last offseason for Nolan, right? With the uncertainty around, can they find a deal that works for him? They might be at a point where both sides, it might end up being better for both sides, just like they talked about last offseason. So if you're a team that is looking to bring on Nolan Arenado, who I truly believe is going to be a future Hall of Famer, you do want to see if he's healthy, right? And all of the other stuff, all of the money attached to his contract and all that stuff, like that stuff can get figured out. Teams can eat some. You can add in prospect. There's a lot of different things that you can do. But you want to know that guy finished the season healthy, hopefully on a high note. And for him, like, mentally, you don't want to miss all of this time and then go into an offseason of uncertainty and you're not sure how it would have felt at the end of it. So I feel like for Arenado, there are a lot of different variables, and he is, again, going to be one of the key pieces to watch for this Cardinals team this offseason.
They had a pretty good crowd yesterday, just shy of 30,000 tickets sold. You think fans are thinking, well, maybe they get in the wild card, or was it just the free teddy bears they gave away?
The teddy bear was adorable, Doug, and you know that. Mm-hmm. And I think that there were a lot of people lined up. Yep. There were a lot of people lined up for that teddy bear. So the giveaways always have a little something to do with it. But you also had a weekend game against a fun opponent. And I think there's a little bit of that, too, of look, they're playing good baseball. baseball. They're fighting down the stretch. I'd like to come out and support that. I hope that's the case, and I hope that we see that in the final homestand. I can't believe that we're creeping up on the final homestand here after this next road trip that goes to Seattle and Milwaukee. But hopefully after this one, there's even more to cheer about. They're still in the wild card race, and fans show up because, as you guys know, and we've been so spoiled over the years, the environment at Busch Stadium when that place is loud and people are excited and it is full, it is different. And to see it like we've seen it here as of late, over 17,000 people there, it just feels wrong, right? So, and I get it. I'm not belittling anybody for not going to the ballpark. I understand everybody's got their reasons, but I would love to see more and more support down the stretch because it's just a fun vibe at the ballpark when it's happening.
Cardinals with the opportunity. A number of teams are still in the mix. More teams are in the mix in the National League to be in the playoffs than not in the mix. If we're cutting it off, you only have the Marlins, Braves, Pirates, Nationals, and Rockies that are out of the mix. Cubs, Padres, Mets are in. Giants, Reds, 4 back. Diamondbacks and Cardinals 4.5 back, and it's the same case in the American League with only 5 teams out of the mix in the American League. Everybody is within 4 games of a playoff spot. That is what baseball has set up here with this playoff format. Brad Thompson, our guest, on Mondays, 9:30 here on 101 ESPN. Brad, appreciate the time, sir. Thanks so much.
No problem, fellas. I'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Brad.
Right,
Brad Thompson with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're listening to TMA 101 ESPN. Is this Snoop Dogg's nephew?
I don't know who it is.
Godson? No. Jackson just shook me off.
Well, everyone
did with a scowl on his face.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's just everyone calls Snoop Unc.
But I thought when he came out, that was like the big thing. 2010, right? Black and Yellow.
I don't know the years.
I don't believe that they're actually related. But they did do a wonderful album together early in Wiz's career. It's also Wiz's birthday today.
Wiz.
A Pittsburgh native. Yesterday was the unfortunate anniversary of Mac Miller's death, another Pittsburgh native. So, a lot of Pittsburgh. And
Aaron Rodgers got the win over the Jets.
Yep.
Doug, he was asked whether or not he really wanted that one. Take a listen.
Okay. Well, we'll kill some time with some music.
Aaron Rodgers returns to face the Jets, his former team, threw 4 touchdowns as the Steelers nipped the Jets with a 60-yard field goal. But the focus in the postgame was really more about Aaron's 2-year stay in New York, which at times was tumultuous.
Man, that was nice.
Beating him, is there significance in that, since he basically told you to your face that he didn't think you were right for that team?
Yes, that's what he did.
So there's significance in beating him for you?
I was happy to beat everybody associated with the Jets.
He didn't want to expound too much, but
no, but I like it.
Coach Aaron,
I kind of like it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he flew. I guess he flew to New York just to meet with them, and then they said we don't want you back. And it's like, but then if you do it over the phone, like what kind of jerk does it over the
I know.
phone? You can't really win.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
You call them and say, "Hey, we're going to let you go, but if you'd like to fly here, we'll talk about it." How about that? Aaron Rodgers 4 touchdowns.
The Sunday night game. One for the ages. The game-winning kick came from Matt Prater, Doug, 41 years old. Some of the Bills did not know who the kicker was. Take a listen to the reaction from the Bills locker room because he just joined the team 2 days ago.
Right. Well, he just joined the team. He wasn't on the team.
Well, in the dossier,
it says Bill's teammates on not knowing who the old guy was in the locker room.
Fun with audio. There's a lot from Mizzou, Kansas. Other CFB, Cardinals, NFL.
Got it.
Okay. Love to hear it now. Just absolutely love
it. The wedding weekend's over, pal.
I'm not going to take a shot at his age, but he walks into the special teams meeting, and I'm like, oh, we got a new coach. And then I'm like, wait, that's Matt Prater. Holy cow, this guy's been, like, balling in the league.
The first time I seen him, I was like, is that a coach? And he comes out here, man, and he's a great dude. Comes out here, kicks a game-winning field goal. He's special, and I'm just happy to have him here with us.
The oldest guy in the world, ain't he? Shoot, I'm thankful for him. Keep your old ass with the Bills. Oh, man. I'm thankful for him. I'm glad that somebody could come in on Thursday and help us big because every piece matters. And he came in, he understood the assignment, and he got the job done.
He's 41. Been kicking since 2007.
How about that?
Big run with the Broncos, Lions, and I guess they said he took a red-eye Thursday night to get to Buffalo on Friday. Throw him into the mix, and as it would happen, Doug, it came down to a kick.
Oh, how do you do?
What a comeback. Buffalo down 15 going to the fourth quarter, and then down by 15 again. That Derrick Henry, who's a beast, had a big old fumble. And here come those Buffalo Bills.
99.1% was the win expectation rate of the Ravens when they had the ball, but they had to give it back to the Bills. And Josh Allen leads them down the field. Keon Coleman setting up the oldest ass dude in the world.
I don't know that's
what I heard.
true.
That's what I just heard.
Hey, Rodgers is probably older than him, isn't he? Aaron Rodgers older than 41?
The Bills.
He's actually playing football.
Bills scored 16 points in the last 3:55. A stunning development. I would watch these two play every week. If you just told me again, hey, the Ravens and Bills are playing again this week, would you? I'll watch.
I find myself rooting for Buffalo, just hoping at some point that city gets a Super Bowl championship.
In the show open, it was. Did you see the show open? It was Marv Levy narrating, and they're talking to Marv Levy, and I said, "Oh my God, is he still alive? He's 100." And he coached at Country Day. You always hear that. Marv Levy once, so he looked it up. It was in 1951.
Oh gosh!
And he's still going. And he said, "Man, I hope they get that Super Bowl in Buffalo." God bless Marv Levy. And Josh Allen.
Is he still doing okay? Still,
he seemed. I didn't get a chance to talk to him, but he was on the pregame open, and he looked all right. It'd be a great surprise. You probably wouldn't guess. Marv Levy. Let's see if we can line that up.
He's going to be a surprise guest.
I'm saying, well, Doug wants to see how he's doing. I'm like, let's see if we can get him on.
I read a thing the other day that said if you're born today, you've got like a 50% chance of reaching 100 years old because, because of the advancements in medicine. That seems a little aggressive.
That stands to reason. What drop was that I just heard?
Who had the first kid?
Oh, Ken Iggy Strode.
Back to that. Yeah.
10 minutes, Ken.
First of all, you don't have a mom because you're not married, so your kids don't have that mom that you're dating.
Just studying genealogy is all it is.
That almost sounds
interesting.
It sounds like you could lose but still win. Jackson, the Pack putting it on the Lions. That's our team. I'm sorry to Sam Laporta's dad, loyal listener. He was in Lambeau, and all of our St. Louis Lions. Tough loss.
The St. Louis Chiefs lost on Friday night. I lost because I was told by my source here that the field would be too slippery for them to score points. In Jackson.
Wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
It was slippery. I was slippery. I wasn't wrong.
Video where they were sewing artificial turf fibers into the field.
Yeah, I feel vindicated in my.
I lost my bet. I mean, you can Venmo me that loss.
Well, it was a slick field. The fact that they score, I can't. What was the total in that game? It wasn't that scoring.
27-21.
48, and I believe I had it at 47.5.
Ah, damnation.
I came back from CC City Broiler. Checked the old offshore account. Saw that it was not replenished with funds.
Couldn't be sorry.
As all the Chiefs fans in the lobby of the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia, Missouri were despondent over the loss.
It was a good ball game is what it was.
It was close. The Chiefs didn't look that good, though, I didn't think. They didn't look like the team that we've seen the last few years.
You got to think Harbaugh will win. I mean, everywhere he goes, he wins.
They got a good quarterback, too. Justin Herbert's good. They need to be.
He looked really good.
Yeah.
This week on the 2 Fox, guess what? Eagles-Chiefs at Arrowhead. Super Bowl rematch. Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady, and the gang this Sunday afternoon. So Arrowhead, that's for the Chiefs, and that's not exactly an easy bounce-back game. This Sunday, Doug. You going?
If I can get tickets, I'd probably go.
Would you?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah.
Looks like the best team in the NFL is Brian Henshin's Colts.
Boy,
could well be.
Put it on
the doo-doo man.
The doo-doo man.
It's a big day.
Huge day.
Doug, the doo-doo man, that makes him happier in New York, where they were delighted because they already have a quarterback controversy. Jackson Dart said he would be happy to do an interview because Brian Dable, the head coach of the Giants, said they were going to put some plays in for him. He never got to play. Jackson Dart, the backup, said he would be more than happy to answer questions. And then the New York Giants media relations stepped in and said Jackson Dart will not be answering any questions.
They thought he was going to rip the coach? Would you do that as a rookie quarterback? Rip the coach because you didn't get to play?
Much like I've said Mike Schultz on the hot seat, I think last year I said Dable was fired even though he wasn't.
I remember that.
So I kind of need that to pay off, and seems like there's
tip. Jackson Burkett had it first.
Yeah,
incorrectly, but he had it first.
Mutiny starting to spread. That's the hope. Neighbors didn't seem too fired up about him either on the sideline.
It is kind of head coaching 101. You don't allow that door to open, especially after one game. Who's the quarterback next week? Well, we'll get back and look at the tape. And how many restarts to the Russell Wilson career is there?
Yeah.
He was the answer in Denver until he was, and then he goes to Pittsburgh. Now he's in the Giants. Okay.
Yeah, you got Russell Wilson, you got Jameis is famous, and now Jackson Dart all up there for the Giants. I'm not sure which had more ass this weekend, Columbia, Missouri, or the Clayton Art Fair on Friday. Both events were darling with a sizable pinch of tail. Don't get your hopes up, Sharon. You clearly weren't part of it. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Why did she take shrapnel on that?
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Well, I've never been to the Clayton Art Fair.
But you were there this weekend?
Yeah, it's a good time.
Have you been?
Yeah, growing up, go to Clayton Art Fair all the time.
Really?
Sure.
Is Shaw Park?
My parents would take me to all these art fairs. Usually as a kid, I wasn't too fired up about it, but now that I can look back and reflect, it was really...
You enjoyed the art fair?
It's just hanging out outside. Well, weather's this good. If you're outside, you're winning.
It's glorious.
It doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're outside, especially...
So great.
Yeah.
We have been so lucky over the last few weeks. It has been incredible, man.
Yeah. And considering it was kind of a rough winter into the spring, we earned this, This is earned.
Had a hot summer. But I just saw the forecast says it's going to be 95 this weekend. 95.
It's going to heat up a little bit here this week. One more September heat up, Doug, before it goes away.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm not complaining because I hate the cold weather so much. So I'll miss 95 when it's 15 degrees.
My iPhone says 90 on Saturday, 90 on Sunday, but you're seeing 95.
I just saw the TV, local TV news had that. Who knows?
Hell, I don't know. Either way, Colonel agrees. Game day might be coming to Columbia next Saturday.
Well, if the Indiana-Illinois game is going to be the big noon kickoff, and what's standing in Missouri and South Carolina's way?
I would still say Florida-Miami. That's listen, I don't think they necessarily do it on who, quote, deserves it.
Sure.
I think they do on what's going to get the most eyes. And you would agree, right, that Florida-Miami carries a hell of a lot more national cachet than two what have been middling programs.
Right. But if Florida is, where they are, they might have a new coach by that time. Like, is that really going to get people I guess Miami will carry it, but not great energy there.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what the energy's like at Miami.
Weak.
Would they do it at Coral Gables or would they do it at Hard Rock Stadium? Because Hard Rock Stadium is in its own little.
They probably have to do it at Hard Rock. Cause I don't know how the situation works there because it's not close.
But game day will go to a venue, even if it's the Fox game, like the Ohio State, Texas.
For sure.
But probably if it's up in the air, they'll probably skip it if they can. You couldn't avoid Ohio State, Texas.
Right, and that's different. That's a lot different.
Right.
All due respect to Illinois heading to Bloomington.
Right, and
they did go to Bloomington last year.
Right.
And I think if you're looking at, that'd be kind of fun. Then if you're, well, it's a Fox game, screw that. I think that would enter the conversation. So that eliminates.
I think that'll be an awesome game, Illinois at Indiana.
Right, but that eliminates that for game day.
I like ILL a lot there.
Yeah.
I think Illinois is a really good team.
Second half
thought that was the case. Then I watched that game yesterday because obviously I would be in Columbia to get a chance to watch it and wanted to see it. I mean, Altmaier's damn good. The defense is damn good. I don't know. I think that thing might be real. That could be super fun if you have both teams in the area in the mix in the college football playoff.
Do they go? Ohio State goes to them this year.
Comes to Champaign, October 11th, same day as the Bama game.
That's going to be what an awesome
USC
day.
before that.
Yep.
It's going to be an awesome day.
Yeah, USC's on the 27th, and they travel to Bloomington on the 20th. Nice. And I'm just telling you, it's a good thing. Martin, I know you got onboarding, and Monday onboarding always is intense.
A lot of errors and omissions, things we kind of review, a lot of mistakes we've made in the past, and then we kind of vow to do better. And then we take a little cigarette break at about 10:30.
You vape?
A little break. Well, you can go outside and just pump fist if you like. Whatever break you need.
It's huge. It was awesome.
I talked to that Hein Bloom this weekend, outside of onboarding or whatever. I think he's going to be good with the media. I'm encouraged.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, I think he gets the frustration that's out there and understands he's got to kind of paint a clear vision. I think that we'll see that October-ish. Well, the season ends. We're maybe 3 weeks from today.
This team still could win World Series.
Could.
Sorry to be negative, but if all goes as it appears, the season ends 3 weeks from yesterday, so we're probably going to hear from our onboarding friend soon.
I'm really looking forward to that. You would talk about a
I think he
moment.
gets why so many people are frustrated.
Yeah.
And I think that's among the many issues down there is somebody to kind of spell it all. And then I saw Mozeliak as well, and he said, hey, I got to do the show one more time. And so he said, yeah, last time I was on, all 4 of your listeners were texting me.
No, Doug. No.
Well, I think the org as a whole.
Well, we'll have to ask him. No, he brought it up. Said he needs to do the show one more time.
One more time,
Really?
Uno Mas before he
shuts
heads
it down.
out to work on his wedge game.
Yep. And I said the plan is just to read all the mean tweets and mean texts. He said, all right, sounds good.
Sounds good. He's in a good place, I think. All right, time for Martin to head to onboarding. We'll head into the 10 o'clock hour. The program is called TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic company in St. Louis, founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890, and they're on the same street today as when they started so many years ago. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and they just pulled off a very successful Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one right here. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals, Mariners tonight, 8:40 p.m. local. First pitch, Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, do you recognize this?
It sounds familiar. Who is this?
This is Avicii.
Rest in peace.
May he rest in peace.
My Name is Tim, Netflix documentary.
Okay.
And today would have been his 35th birthday.
Wow, he was that young.
28 when he died.
Wow.
Mac was 26 when he died. And
What happened to him?
Avicii?
Oh, sorry, that was crowdsourcing.
Yeah, it was.
So on top of it, I just thought that maybe it was big news.
It's kind of I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I can tell you Mac, who died yesterday in 2018, died of an overdose.
Mm-hmm. So they both died on the same day?
No. Avicii died April 20th, 2018. Mac died September 7th, 2018.
Got it. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. And we welcome you to participate in said program. You got one more hour in the month of September. If you don't have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, to have the name saved, like this one from the 813. Florida isn't bad. Give USF some credit.
Okay.
But that person's from the 813 doesn't have a name saved.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I thought that number was a little big going into the weekend. I think it was 17.5 or 18.5. USF, that Miami-Florida game that we're talking about possibly being game day competition on the 20th for Missouri and South Carolina. Guess who South Florida gets this weekend, Doug?
I don't know.
Jackson, do you know?
South Florida?
Yep. The undefeated Bulls of South Florida.
No, who they have?
Miami.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So South Carolina being undefeated and Miami being undefeated are not sure things.
Yeah, that
South
would be
Florida
awesome.
and Miami and Vanderbilt travels to Columbia, South Carolina before South Carolina travels to Columbia, Missouri. You're welcome to text in and put in a text name request at 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. 251 friends are in there, and they're talking it over right now. And Jake in St. Genevieve says, someone was trying to make fun of him in the chat earlier. I was like, that dude was awesome. How can you make fun of him? That's from Jake in St. Genevieve, Doug.
Okay. Wonderful little text.
Someone was trying to make fun of him in the chat earlier.
Okay.
I was like, that dude was awesome. How can you make fun of him?
He was talking about the fan that was brought onto the field to take a shot at a $25,000 field goal.
I asked Doug if he saw that, and because I was at the game, of course, I saw it, but that was not shown on ESPN, I gather.
I didn't see. I heard about it where instead he kicked the ball into the Kansas sideline.
So he kicked it in the Kansas sideline, and then he lifted up his shirt, and he had FKU written on his torso. He's also an amputee. And as opposed to taking a shot at $25,000, I think it was a 45-yard field goal, so it wasn't necessarily all that likely. Anyway, he took the time to kick it at the Kansas sideline and expose his torso, which had FKU painted on it.
Now they've got a GoFundMe started for him, and last I checked, it was up at about $5,000.
Oh, nice.
I was zoomed in on him with my camera on my phone. I was interested to see if the Mizzou people were going to kind of lead him out and he was going to get himself in some trouble, but it looked like they just let him go back to his spot. It was harmless.
45-yard field goal would be tough to make for somebody, especially as an amputee.
Yeah. The kids on game day have been killing it. Pat McAfee's had to pay out 2 weeks in a row.
And
That's how the kid from Norman made the field goal. Bombed it. Nice little tight draw. Jake in St. Genevieve is not happy with me. Come on, Tim, give it some context. Jake, I got to be honest with you. From 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock, I'm hosting a program, and I don't get an opportunity that Kurt does to just sit there and talk with you all afternoon and morning. So I just read the comments, try to integrate the YouTube chat into the program, and sometimes they make sense, sometimes they don't. And in this case, now I understand it. I don't know why somebody would be making fun of somebody who isn't, but I don't know. I didn't see what was going on, that he's an amputee.
Yeah, someone at the game might not have known he's an amputee. If
Right.
Yeah, because I saw it on social media where that was in the content, and it was a close-up video where you could see.
Well, it was a young guy, a student?
Looked like a student, right?
Yeah, he looked maybe a little older than a student, but in that age range. He's certainly in his 20s, no doubt. It was awesome.
So he passed on the 25K. Again, not necessarily likely anyway.
Sure.
And then had his moment.
Try to make his mark this way.
Yes,
You think he could have made a 45-yarder back in the day?
No shot for me.
I don't even know if I make 1 out of 100.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm making a lot of PATs. I'm really bad at kicking balls.
Yeah, me too.
Really bad at it. Never been my thing.
But
I have a bone spur on my right
I still
foot, too.
contend there's a lot of kickers out there. A lot of guys play soccer.
You did have been saying this.
That
and
is
then
your
you
take.
A lot of soccer players.
We can't rub two guys together who can hit a 45-yarder.
Hey, Jake from St. Genevieve, here's some context. Don't be a dork. Just stop it. That's from Gerard Chadwell. And now the Air Comfort Service text inbox is at war with the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I'm eating chicken wings on the potty.
Oh, we didn't need that. Oh. He never ate there, ever.
You would have chicken wings on them?
No, you should never eat on the potty.
The kid is on the Mizzou wheelchair basketball team,
Nice.
according to
Oh,
Ollie
really?
Doesn't Know.
Super cool.
Remember when the Warson Woods bozo said Sam Horn was the starting quarterback? LOL. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
Well, he may have been if he hadn't gotten hurt. We don't know for sure.
I don't know.
Probably not.
Bo looks pretty awesome.
Oh, he does look awesome.
I keep that throw he made to Daniel Blood towards the sideline, just dropping the bucket. So impressive. Like, that's a really tough throw to make.
Please make my name the Beer Cat Fan Club Vice President. Yes, both Beer Cats. Wow, Jackson, how about that? Beer
Sure.
Cats has a fan club now? And young Beer Cats of Murray State?
And a council to follow. You know, they're becoming structured.
You guys buried the lead again, boys. Chairman being a fan boy, spelled with an I, Doug, with a pic of him and Beau on the fan pin. Chairman, you have a shirt you wear.
Yeah, the Beau State shirt that I created. I got a chance to show that off to the QB1 after the game on Saturday.
Where'd you see him?
You saw Beau Pribula?
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit.
Why? How?
I got a...
And this is on the fan page?
Yeah.
This is the TMA fan page on Facebook.
You don't get on there as much as you'd like.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah. I agree.
So you rushed the field?
No. I've got some connections to the club, and those have paid off a little bit. So I got to chat with.
So what is going on here?
I mean, it's nothing special. It's just a picture of me and Beau standing there after the game, and both kind of taking in the
Is
day.
he in uniform?
No, this was well after the game.
So you're seeing him after the games.
What does that mean right there?
You
want to talk about context?
I've seen him after one game.
Yeah.
Where do you see him?
At the football facility, Doug.
Okay, so he plays the game, he goes, he gets showered, he changes his clothes.
Does the media
and
thing.
he comes out to meet you.
All I see on the fan page is Iggy says he needs more cowbell, and I don't even know what that means. You talk about context.
I don't think he came out specifically to see me, but he did see me, and we did chat. I talked to his mom a little bit, and it's 2 QB1s in a row that I've developed a rapport with.
Huh. How does this happen?
I don't see it. This is on the TMA Facebook page?
Yeah. Doug, it just happened. I don't know how it happened.
Oh, I do see it now. There's really a picture with you. This is real.
Yeah.
I'll be dadgum.
Great guy, very humble, very well-spoken, and I told him I love what he's doing for the program. Glad he's here, and go get them Cajuns.
I assume you got crapped on for posting this?
There was a few little ne'er-do-wells that had some smart aleck things to say, but I think most people, they know I'm a fan and have rode for this team for a while, so I'm going to enjoy this while we got a little run going.
Well, there's nothing you can do on that fan page that's not going to be heavily criticized. Nothing.
Chairman, do you mean Warson Woods Wacko Connections? That's from Ollie Doesn't Know.
No, Warson Woods Wacko has nothing to do with this at all.
Oh, and I see it now, and you've labeled it Beau Money, Beau Problems.
Doug, that was a tribute to Sean P. Diddy Combs, Notorious B.I.G., and Mace. Mo Money, Mo Problems, 1997.
And what did you were wearing the Bomi State shirt? What did he think of that?
He seemed to enjoy it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, his mom also seemed to enjoy it.
Okay. You want a cut of the royalties?
I just made it for myself, Doug. There's not royalties to be had.
All right, sorry I asked.
Tell me you don't care about your coworkers' social media without telling me you don't care about your coworkers' social media. Jesus, I saw Chairman's pick with Beau, and I couldn't give a rat's ass. It's from Sharon and
I don't care about my coworkers' social media.
I don't think any of us are on social media. I mean, we have accounts, but
guy.
but I don't think we're really active.
No. But like if Doug...
Mina Kimes says we all should be active, by the way, Doug.
I like Mina Kimes.
Kimes, you lost me there for
Mina Kimes?
10 seconds.
Look on Doug's face. It was like the Zach Galifianakis gift.
I like Mina Kimes.
And who is it again?
Who?
Mina Kimes.
She works for ESPN.
Mina Kimes.
Okay.
She's a football analyst for ESPN.
All right. Sideline or
no,
studio
like
or?
Studio.
Okay.
People get really bent out of shape because she's a woman talking about football, and they're like,
They make a sound
like it really fires them up, which makes me enjoy it even more. What were we talking about?
Mina Kimes.
Oh man, about a coworker's social media. Yes, I don't care about any of your guys'. But that's not like it's because I don't love you guys. It's just I don't care about your social media.
Okay. What about Kurtz when he gets his exclusive
I love
picture?
Kurt. I don't care about his social media. Although that's where I first really met Kurt. So I at one point did and now do not because I care about him as a person.
All right.
We're people here.
Can you imagine, Jackson, if I were to get a picture with Beau Pribula and posted it on social media?
Go poorly.
You look like a fanboy.
Me and QB1. But it's it's different.
What's that?
It's different. It's yes.
And why is it different?
Well, Chairman isn't. This is not lemonade. This isn't lemonade.
I think it might be.
Chairman just handed you a gong stick.
Tim has been a staple of the St. Louis media market for some time now.
Listen to the applause.
And Kurt would be in his infancy in this space, and so it's different. It's different.
You think Tim's better?
No.
Yes, he is better.
Why am I being cross-examined in my own home, it feels like,
Well, this would be a nice picture to have once Beau, after he goes to the NFL and becomes a big star there.
Sure.
Could be.
Yeah, he looks like he could be.
I like Mina Kimes is the worst sentence uttered on this great show's history, and I've been listening for a long time. It's from Harrison's brother, Master Doug, and he's unhappy, I guess, with Jackson.
Oh, it's of no sort. It's consistent with his previous work, and we love him for it.
Okay. Mina Kimes, you say?
Mina
Kimes.
Yes, Mina Kimes.
Not familiar with her.
She's good.
That's
she goes on.
Sense.
Well, I don't care. She goes on Chris Long's pod all the time, talking ball. It's good stuff.
And you say people don't like her because she is a lady talking about football.
Yes. Really bothers them.
What about Hey K. Adams? I feel like Hey K. Adams is beloved.
She does more interviewing. She does more interviewing than I would say analysis. Mina's more analysis.
I see.
Lisa Ann was kind of an analysis.
Incredibly popular.
Yes.
Went to Jamaica with us, shared a bed with Jackson. They built a fort out of sheets.
Yeah, but she's not on ESPN. That I would say is the main difference there.
Stepdad Gary says Mina Kimes is a delight.
Yeah, I like Mina Kimes.
Mina Kimes is great. Tell Master to pound sand. That's from Dirk 3K.
Oh, Dirk 3K, new texter. He's just got his name in there today.
Oh, did he?
Shout out to Dirk.
Okay. Welcome to the show.
Mount Rushmore of Dirks. Vinsky.
Dirk Bentley.
Diggler.
Yeah.
Dirks Bentley. We're counting Dirks.
I think we should.
Okay, then we have 3. We need one more Dirk. Want to put Dirk 3K in, this new listener?
Dirk.
Little Dirk? Want to put Little Dirk in there?
You know what, Little Dirk?
Dirkio?
This seems like we ought to be able to come up with another Dirk.
Mina Kimes sucks. That's from
Eric in the Central West End.
Yeah, you can kind of see those coming.
Guessed it. Harrison Brother Masters, CWE. You can kind of see these things coming.
The Libby Jack haters just got another notch in their belt with the Mina Kimes appreciation. I didn't know. I don't know her politics. That's from Carlos Spicy. I didn't know that I don't know her politics. I'm aware of her as an ESPN policy.
It's I don't know what they're gonna do.
And all I know is she said that we all should be on social media.
Yeah. But that would she wouldn't be the only person
post a video
saying
like I had videos, all kinds of stuff from this weekend. And if I were to post them, it would be like Doug, watch this, like a moth to a flame burned by the fire. You know what that's from? Anybody? Nurse,
No.
Nancy? Janet Jackson. That's the way love goes. It'd be flocking of hatred. But some of it involves my friends and my family. And so I wouldn't do that. And I also don't want to, like, in the middle of the game go, I'll tell you what, I don't like the way Drinkwitz is calling the game, you know? I'm not looking to do that either. So I don't want Mina Kimes wants me to do. And Harrison's brother Master says Mina Kimes being great is the worst sentence ever uttered on this show.
I don't know, because we've uttered some horrible sentences. Horrible, awful sentences.
So I need to know what I need to do. But I just know if I would have gotten the picture with Beau Pribula and posted it anywhere, TMA fan page or anywhere else, all hell would have broken loose. So I'm happy that you experienced support, Chairman, and that you met up with it. And I can't tell where you are. It looks like the Hearn Center's in the background based on what I'm looking at.
Here's one guy who says, creepy. This is his response to the picture.
Yeah.
Creepy.
Mm-hmm.
What's creepy?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
It's just you with a guy.
Oh, yeah, it's just the haters. There's always haters out there. I don't know what you're doing with your right arm, though.
Doug's on.
That's between me and Beau.
Okay.
Look at me, I work out.
It's Charlie Marlowe. AI. Email it the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's coming your way in a matter of moments. We talked about Mark Hanna as the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. I want to say this, and I want to say this crystal clear. Get a financial advisor. That's it. If there's one thing that you learn from this show, and there's not a lot that you really can learn from this show, but if there's one thing you learn from this show, get a financial advisor. You might be like, brah, I'm 20. I don't care. Get a financial advisor and have a plan. You have no idea how important it is. It doesn't matter if you're sitting there going, I have no money. No. Then you can have a plan. And Mark Hanna is a wonderful person. I cannot say enough good things about Mark Hanna. 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Longtime sponsor of this program. Started sponsoring my podcast way back when. You can check him out online. Here is the website, Doug, evergreen-ws.com. That stands for Evergreen Wealth Strategy. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, coming your way in about 20 minutes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Let's see. KG's stalking of Pribula with photo really puts into context. I don't follow. You weren't stalking.
No.
You just happened to see him, and you had the Bomi State shirt on.
Correct.
And got the picture.
Yeah. Had a conversation with a couple other players, too.
What else? What can you tell us about this inside word?
Caden Green.
Left tackle.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, he's a big boy.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
That's usually how it works.
You'd be disappointed if I was the left tackle.
Drink was out there, too. I didn't speak with him. But,
why not?
Why didn't I talk to him?
He has never been on this program.
Yeah, I don't know. Wanted to leave him alone. He had his dress shirt. He looked disheveled. He looked exhausted, and I just didn't need to bother him. But he got in that very nice car of his. That
G-Wagon or Maybach?
Maybach.
But we ought to get Maybachs. Imagine.
Well, he's the highest paid state employee.
Yeah.
By a lot.
Mm-hmm.
By millions. So he can afford whatever car he wants.
Sure.
Tim, the only TMA fan page Facebook posts that aren't met with resistance are pictures of Engine Joe's bulge and Katie Cuck's milk pics. Doug, that's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack.
Okay, I've missed most of those.
Hundreds of people in the queue, and Jackson's going to admit them all today. You're just going to let them all in.
To which queue?
The TMA fan page queue, especially now that we're on 101. There's way more than there were.
Yeah.
Waiting for your approval.
And waiting they are.
7,175 members with 900 waiting in the queue.
Oh, boy. Be a busy afternoon.
Jackson's got a busy afternoon coming up. Send your emails in, send your texts in, talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, I just looked at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and Hoosier Daddy said, Doug always looks great. He's such a snack.
I'm a snack?
Cut that off.
Huh. Well, I always look about the same, don't I? I don't know that I dress too differently.
I think today you look more like a snack than normal. What snack would you be? Wasn't that a question that was asked of Barbara Streisand by Barbara Walters? If you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? I believe that happened.
Yeah, that's good journalism there. And we look at these people like, oh, they're just brilliant. They're just goofballs like the rest of us.
I haven't heard you answer which snack you would be.
I'd say a nice, plump little Twinkie.
Oatmeal cream pie?
Yes, please.
Guys, nope. Nope. You can participate in the conversation, youtube.com/TMASTL. Cardinal Cowboys Pontoon says, so which one of you lemmings won the Powerball? A Missourian or Illinois?
Yeah, somebody in Missouri and somebody in Texas.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought about buying a ticket on the drive to and from Columbia. It always sounds like it's one of those podunk gas stations that sell those big winners.
They haven't announced it yet, as far as I know.
Wow. Bevo Mill Schnitzel says the winner in Texas was a pledge. The fraternity had everyone purchase 2 tickets. I wonder if they'll actually split it. No, you better believe they'll split it. Trust me. When it's all said and done, they'll be splitting it.
Yeah.
Council will make sure of that. Council will make sure of that.
So one guy held all the tickets for the whole fraternity?
Guess so. I was not aware of this.
Yeah.
That's the Texan. I don't know about the Missourian.
As far as I know, they haven't announced it yet where it was bought. Because the place that sells it gets like $50,000 too when they sell a big winner like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Gets them to push those lottery tickets
For
a little
sure.
bit more.
Yeah. But still, like sometimes you'll see like a lottery machine, like a small kind of dive bar, and if they are to get a huge influx of cash like that, probably be huge for their growth.
Waiting outside the practice facility or shower facility is stalking. That's from Peter Gozinia, and people are not happy with Chairman Kurt for getting a picture with Beau Pribula.
That's fine. I knew that kind of thing would happen when I posted that.
I didn't see this coming.
I don't believe you.
I didn't.
Well, that's why when I discovered it, I said, I bet this probably wasn't well received. But you're telling me it was. Did you post it like on Instagram or Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did it play there?
I think Instagram was fine. I don't think I caught any hell there. I'm not very active on Twitter, but
missing out, man.
A year ago, that kind of thing would have got to me a little bit, but after a year now, I've kind of started to embrace some of the hate that comes.
Oh, yeah.
I know what I'm doing when I post something like that. As a 40-year-old man with my arm around a guy half my age.
Because the haters hate everything.
Yeah.
Doug, was it Taylor Swift who said the haters going to hate?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, Jackson's bobbing his head to shake it off. Was she in Sao Paulo on Friday night?
I
shorted that market.
I don't believe she was.
I didn't see any shots of her.
No, I didn't either.
Little bit that I watched.
I would have been surprised if she made that trip.
Yeah,
agreed. She got an album coming out next month, so I'm sure she's gearing up for that.
I'm looking it up. No, she was not there.
Oh, wow. I have that information. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the program, and that is the morning after at InsideSTL.com. These haters can pound sand. That's from the unknown DJ. He is in support of Chairman Kurt with Beau Pribula. Let's see. Just because he's the greatest, not that he needs money. He doesn't need anything. That's from Big Blonde Dan. Oh, that's somebody in response to, if I won, I'd give half the winnings to Tim just because.
Oh, gosh.
Wow, so therefore I got to kind of be pulling for Big Blonde Dan to have won Powerball.
Now, would you have to pay taxes on that if someone gave you?
I think Big Blonde Dan would probably just pay the taxes.
Oh, he would.
If he didn't, I would.
Yeah.
Son of a
That'd be heavy taxes.
Oh, speaking of Stephen Time, you're a man of your word.
Oh, God, he gave it to you in cash?
The man showed up here?
Yeah, I gave it to Courtney, who passed it along to me. So
what'd you guys bet? I don't even know what you bet.
He gave me, I didn't have to take.
You just had money line.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's $50 hit. I mean, I was walking around Columbia without cash, and I was thinking to myself, is that going to burn me?
No. Not even no sweat.
So now if you, now, sharp move by guys who work in the tip industry, they have their Venmos right there.
100%.
So I said, hey, do you do Venmo? Because I want to make sure I tip.
Right.
But if I just don't carry cash.
Right.
Steven Time showed up here to the studios to pay Chairman cash on his Missouri-Kansas bet.
Really?
Tip of the cap to Steven Time. Man of honor. Man of honor. Respect that.
The cash-only places are getting fewer and far between at this point.
Pizza Go-Go.
I know, but it's like...
That's the only time I will have cash if I'm picking up Pizza Go-Go.
I don't really like it, though, when you go somewhere and they say you can't use cash. Like if you go to the concession stand at a Blues game.
Yeah.
Because it says right on the dollar bills, it's good for all debts, public and private.
Sure. But if they put on the sign, cashless, then I think they're well within their right. Because it's not about, like, obviously they can take cash, but they don't have change, like a drawer full of change set up. That's why they do it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they've gotten around it legally. If I have a small expense, I just assume give them a $5 bill is run up a credit card bill again.
Yeah.
Pribula had no awareness of Missouri 9 months ago. I wonder if he even knows what the Bomi State means. That's from Tex Tinbox, the Bear, exclamation point.
I don't know.
It's on the license plates, so I think he could figure it out. He's a smart guy.
Show me state at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Bomi State.
I think he's also.
Do you think he understands
clever
rhyme?
enough?
What did he say when he saw your shirt?
Not a lot, to be honest. I think he was just ready to move it along.
Move it to my house?
Yeah.
I wonder if he'd have any luck with the gals at my house after a night like that. Probably not.
I had considered going over to my house. I got the invite from Morrison Woods Wacko as well, but the more I thought about it, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. And after hearing Tim describe it, I feel like I made the right decision. As much as I love sewage.
Oh.
Yeah. 2 inches of raw sewage, Doug, if you're looking for it.
And it was raw. Oh.
That's me. I've been swimming in raw sewage. I love it. I love it. Doug, do you know what that is from?
It sounds like Chevy Chase.
Not bad. That's a good guess. You're in the right vicinity.
They just remade it.
Nice. Good hint. Good
Adam
hint.
Sandler's?
A little colder, but...
Well, sorry, I don't know.
I'm trying to help you.
Okay, how about a hint?
They just remade it.
That's why I went with Happy Gilmore 2.
N-G.
N-G. I need the second letter first.
Holy
word,
mackerel.
please.
A.
Jackson's getting frustrated with you.
Third letter, please.
K.
K. Naked Gun.
Bingo.
Yes! See, that was easy. That was
Leslie
easy.
Nielsen.
Okay.
I think he was talking O.J. Simpson, too, ironically.
Yeah, I think so.
It was a police sting involving O.J. Simpson.
It was like some sort of investigation they were doing.
Mentality is online at mentalityhealth.com. Are you feeling sluggish on a Monday morning? That can be normal, but feeling sluggish all the time, that is not normal. And that can be a symptom of low testosterone. Men, have you or your family seen a change in you? Not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older, or it could be work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits, and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help change that. I've gotten tested at Mentality, super easy, in and out, friendly staff, 20 minutes, and now you can as well. They also focus on free testosterone, which other places may not do. Go to mentalityhealth.com to learn more about Mentality and get tested. Your free testosterone as well. It's mentalityhealth.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's online at igotfloor.com. You can get yourself a free sample, 3 samples free, as a matter of fact, from Proximity Mills just by going to igotfloor.com. gotfloored.com. Michaels has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur. They are in Dardenne Prairie. They are in St. Peters, and they are online at igotfloored.com. There is a reason that Michael's Floorings continue to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. Doug, they're so unhappy in the Air Comfort Service text box that I don't think I can read them.
What now?
I mean, just a wide variety of topics.
Okay.
Was Plowsy looping for Bernhard Langer this weekend? And it's a picture of somebody who looks like the Plow.
You know, it kind of does.
And I have to say, it's a nice observation by, the 636. You got 10 minutes, by the way, to get your name saved in the text inbox. Jackson will do it. I was out there at the Stiefel Classic yesterday, and I was thinking to myself, these volunteers give their time on the weekends. Mm-hmm. There is no cash payment, I don't believe anyway. I'm pretty confident, hence the name Volunteers. Mm-hmm. And there was a player who was raging at the location of the volunteer on the 18th green when he held up the quiet sticks. Mm-hmm. And he stepped away from the ball and he started moving him. And he was all angry, like, move, because the volunteer was in his line of sight while he was over his ball. And I was thinking to myself, if Doug were here, you might go out there and give him the hot swat in the who's.
Get over yourself. What was he, putting or chipping? Putting. How could you possibly focus on the hole when somebody 100 feet away is holding up a sign? You couldn't. Get a grip, man. You're too old to act like that.
I swear, it was unbelievable. Like, he was a banty rooster. Banty rooster.
Doesn't it make you want to root against the guy?
I was pointing it out to my older son. I said, this is how you, when you make a shot that you're not really pleased with, this guy here is 60 years older than you. Don't act like this.
Oh, he missed the putt and then blamed the person holding the sign.
No, he had a bunker shot beforehand, and he asked for a ruling that he could get some relief, and he didn't get it, and he was mad about that.
Okay.
And then his bunker shot wasn't great, and then the volunteer who's giving his weekend on the 18th green was in his line of sight on the putt.
Oh, gosh.
And he's moving his hand. And
it's a wonder he's still alive today to have survived something like that.
I think he was like 15 shots off the lead, too. Settle down. That kind of behavior, you're going to wind up in the river.
Act like a man.
Here's a man who acts like a man. It's our leadoff hitter for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Oh. Jackson, what are the standings?
Riot says 3 wins.
This guy's dangerous. We've never had somebody win every single day in a month.
No, we've not.
Is this our time?
Well, could be. Let's see what he's got.
Riot's dad's time. Tim looked extra handsome today.
Oh.
That's from Harry, and then the last name is Sash.
Harry, and then the last name is Asash.
That's it. That's the email.
Okay, that was a poor email, Harry.
I put my quilting passion on hold this weekend and started a woodworking project. That's from Midge.
That's a short. I kind of like that one. A nice woodworking project. That's nice. Midge with a darn fine email.
Leader in the clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. I've been listening since the move to 101 ESPN. And here is what I've learned so far. Doug, the first anniversary of TMA on 101 ESPN, huge gala planned for October.
Yeah.
Huge
October
gala.
1st?
Bottle service. Bottle service. Number 1, Tim is my short king of perfection. Number 2, Martin is funnier than he looks. Number 3, Doug never knows the years. Number 4, Jackson is pale. Number 5, Chairman Kurt is phone guy. Number 6, the Hoosiers from Jeffco, St. Charles County, and any named texter are the ones that really run this show. Sound legit? Good, because I've been told by Doug that if I fail the test at the end of the year, he will have to go all wild card on me, and he likey? Cheers to an awful email that's from Dirk, 3K.
Dirk, 3K.
And finally, there is a place that I live in. It is called Missouri. It is called Missouri. They were going wild at Faroe Field as Beau Pribula and the Tigers put up over 600 yards of offense in their come-from-behind victory over KU, while a belligerent legend in his own mind was laughed out of every joint he tried to use Tim's name to talk his way into while screaming, "Do you know who the F I am?" Meanwhile, in Chicago, where nobody gave 2 Fs about the game, a superstitious, pale, blonde, drunk gentleman in a wing-dinger suit paced... You were in a wing-dinger?
I looked handsome.
Did you?
Yeah.
Paced violently while singing Mr. Brightside, and no one in particular, as he listened to the game on his transistor radio like he was Shooter Flatch. Back in St. Louis, the Cardinals picked up a huge series win to get back to 500 and keep Pestis' 90-win prediction alive for one more day. Haven't heard from Pestis in a while, not because he hasn't called in, but because he's firmly in the chaps zone where it only gets on when Tim's on vacation.
That's a rare zone to be in.
As the B team will put anyone on to help them fill 4 hours. Realistically, the Cardinals might be out of contention, but for the final homestand, they're incentivizing people to come downtown by giving out $20 Galleria gift certificates. Luis Ordaz and Manny Ibar are confirmed. Still waiting to hear back on Polanco and Renteria. Tony Bank wasn't invited, but RSVP'd anyway, asking where my gift certificates at. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast. And that's who we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Buck Swope. I'm gonna vote for Midge because
that's the woodworking.
She started a new woodworking project. Right. Midge.
I thought Harry had a real poignant email.
I like Midge.
I'm going with Buck Swope. How does it work in that?
You win.
Yeah.
That's it? Mm-hmm. All I got to do, one vote?
We had 2 votes for Midge.
Well, his counts as 2, and a tie goes to Tim.
Well, why are we even voting?
It doesn't always work out like that.
It does seem rather North Korean.
Yeah. It's,
well, Doug, you're just voting for practice, and then I come in and I decide.
I guess so. We had 2 votes for Midge.
It's like when you move in the NFL, you know? Voting, committees, who gives a damn?
Yeah, whenever Jerry Jones stands up.
Horrible for Midge.
Tim's Argera.
Good job filtering, Kurt. You suck. That's some wedding tackle. He's not happy. Yeah. We got a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals Mariners tonight, 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Our winner, Buck Swamp, gets contest prizes to 2 tickets to Blues and Brews next Friday, September 19th, at the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. Get fired up for the blues season at this outdoor street party featuring live music from the band Perry, plus appearances by blues players, alumni, food trucks, onstage festivities hosted by Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale, and more. Tickets on sale now for Blues and Brews, presented by Bud Light, 101 ESPN, 92.3 WIL, and Scott Lee Heating Company. Find all the details at 101ESPN.com. BK and Ferrario next. This has been TMA on 101 ESPN.